thinking of appointing the general actually told him he had three options: either send him to be court-martialed, or to retire him, or to forgive him. This ownership, or this, acknowledging, because according to the commander-in-chief, General Ogolla said that what happened was wrong, but he was here before the commander-in-chief and said, I acknowledge it was wrong, I shouldn't have gone there, but Mr. President, you have these three options. What does that speak to the person that is General Ogolla?
Ibrahim, if you've listened to the way people are talking about the general, and even for us who interacted with him, this was a forthright person. This was a person who was dedicated to his service. He was solely relying on his oath of office. And that is why, even when he went to Bomas, he went because that was part of his duty at that particular time. And you had the leaders have asked, what was a military person doing in an election? But you've seen he came out and owned and said that the commander-in-chief will have decided to forgive him for having gone there. So that is somebody who owns up that yes, there was a wrong done, but two wrongs don't make a right. I own up, this is what happened. The opposition leader also talked yesterday about it, and he said General Ogolla was a person who respected the law and will have not gone against the law. So that just tells you the kind of person that people are coming to bury today. You can see the way he has united the country. You talked about leaders from all the political divide. They have all come, and everybody is having something positive to say about the general. So that just tells you the humility they were talking about, the down-to-earth he had, the way he interacted with everybody and gave everybody their chance. This is somebody who, despite growing through the ranks to become the general, that didn't come to him. He remained the person he was and decided to serve Kenyans in every position that he was appointed to.
Now, moving away from General Ogolla, let's look at the impact that his sudden death has had on the country. Look at the commander-in-chief, his body language yesterday. You could clearly tell that he is affected by the loss of his general. Even from how he spoke, and not just yesterday. I remember I was in State House on the day that General Ogolla and his entourage crashed in Elgeyo-Marakwet County, and how the president came out, the body language of the president indicated that indeed this was a very, very heavy loss. So, and it was not only the head of state. Remember all the pictures that we captured from the Ulinzi Sports Complex yesterday. You could feel that military officers who were there had a personal touch with General Ogolla. And it reminds me again of how he would randomly and frequently come out to train with his soldiers, even up to 2 days before his death. So in terms of the loss, in terms of even where the president is right now, as an editor who has been in the newsroom for long, and having observed what the president was going through, what the country was going through, what word would you have in terms of the country regaining its strength and even having the strength to move forward?
Ibrahim, remember, the general was a four-star general. The president is the commander-in-chief, who is the five-star general. So you can imagine losing your four-star general, who actually advises you on security matters. And remember, the head of state said within the time that they worked, he was able to learn a lot, his wisdom, his experience in terms of guiding him in what he had learned. And yesterday, the president actually said that in his term of public service, he has worked with so many people, but General Ogolla was a general in his own league. There's so much that he portrayed that you could only know when you engaged him or worked with him. So that tells you the kind of a general that the country has lost. two, remember when the incident happened, and even when the head of state narrated how he was able to get the information of the accident. Remember, he couldn't believe it when he received the call from the Defense Cabinet Secretary, Adan Duale. That just tells you how shattered the commander-in-chief was, and he talked about it as a personal loss. And I think the same was also emulated by the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, who also worked with him as a commander of the Air Force and also worked with him as the vice CDF. So this is somebody that had impacted in every life that he had interacted with. Everybody who met him, there are actually people who are actually mourning him, who never interacted with him, but the way he handled his affairs, the way he carried his duties, were able to push them too. And remember yesterday when you were coming to Siaya, remember some of the officers we talked to, and they were giving us their personal account with the general, and they said he was somebody who was handling them not as his senior and the junior, but equals, and they couldn't understand sitting on the same table having lunch with a general. So that just tells you the kind of person that we have lost as a country. He had so many strides, and let us not talk about only Kenya alone. Remember, by the time he came, he was so much connected to the security situation in the region. Remember the Kenya Defense Forces in Somalia, and even now the transitional exercise that is happening, that where KDF is supposed to exit this December. The same also happened in aircraft when we sent our soldiers to eastern DRC, Congo. And also the security situation in Rwanda. So this was not just somebody who was only interested in the security of Kenya alone, but its neighbors, and that can also be emulated by some of the people who have actually mourned him, including the Defense Secretary of the US, Austin, who also actually dedicated his own condolences and for his country, and saying that this is somebody he interacted with, and they knew his passion for the country to achieve what he had set to achieve.
Roslyn, again, I'll request that you don't go too far, because we'd want to explain some of the things that are happening here at the Senator Obama Ogolla Primary School in Alego Songa constituency in Siaya County. This is where all the activities are expected to take place from. And in terms of the program, by now, it is 8:12 right now. It is expected, and of course, with military precision, we are almost guaranteed that the body has arrived at the Kisumu airport, and right now it should be received. And in the next few minutes, the convoy should be leaving Kisumu airport to come to this particular place. This is 60 kilometers away. We shall be walking with you across that journey, even as the general makes the last 60-kilometer journey on road to his home. By now, I repeat, as indicates the program, the body of General Francis Ogolla, the Chief of the Defense Force of the Republic of Kenya, should be at the Kisumu airport, and the convoy should be leaving Kisumu in the next few minutes. We expect to have the convoy here by this, according to the program, we expect to have the convoy here by 9:30. So it should be about a 30 minutes journey. According to the PS in the Ministry of Interior, Raymond Omolo, where there will be minimal interruptions to the normal flow of traffic, because everything has been planned to detail. So in about 30 minutes, the convoy should be here, and President William Ruto, the Commander-in-Chief, should be arriving 15 minutes after that. So we are speaking about 1 hour or less than 1 hour 30 minutes before the event kicks off here. According to the PS, Raymond Omolo, all this should have ended by 1 p.m. before it proceeds to where he will be laid to rest, where only 50 people will be allowed. Now, I'm being informed that our Zacchaeus Mosame is on standby to give us a brief on what is happening on the other side. Zacchaeus, it is a very heavy day for the country, and even for this particular region. The very first Chief of the Defense Force from the region, having rested and being laid to rest today. The body expected to be at the Kisumu International Airport by now, and the convoy making its way to this village in Ngia, where he will be laid to rest. What can you tell us from where you are, Mosame?
We are here at the Kisumu International Airport, where we are anxiously waiting for the procession of the body, the procession that is carrying the body of KDF Francis Ogolla. The body arrived here at the Kisumu International Airport at around 7:40 using a military chopper. But then we had the hearse that is expected to carry the body also making its way to the airport. This is the gate here. If my camera person Jesse Chinga could be able to get this gate here, this is the gate that we expect that the procession will be making away from the airport here in Kisumu. Remember, according to the program, the body was supposed to leave this place at exactly 8 a.m. It is already 8:15. Meaning that the program has slightly delayed. We were here at around 5 a.m. and we could already meet senior officers from the KDF already to receive the body. And as we speak, they are also waiting on the other side of this airport to just make sure, as a way of giving the last respect to their boss, they do that with the dignity. And therefore, we don't exactly know the time that they will be leaving that place, but we are waiting from this particular point to make sure that we just give you up to speed with what will be happening. As soon as the procession will be making its way, we are going to give you all the details of what will be happening. But the journey, remember the journey from here, Kisumu to Ngia, is around 1 hours or 1.5 hours actually. The journey from that to using the road, it is around 1.5 hours, and therefore we will be accompanying that team all the way to Ngia, where the brief ceremony will be held before Francis Ogolla, the general, is laid to rest. And therefore, like we promised earlier, we will be keeping tabs here to make sure that we give you up to speed with what will be happening. But for now, we are waiting to see the procession leave the airport towards his rural home in Ngia. We do understand that before maybe the body is transported, because it came using the casket, and like his wishes were, it was supposed to be put in just a shawl, and therefore we expect that those are some of the things that maybe are delaying the procession, because they said that they will be strict with the time. It's already 8:16 now, and we do expect that they will just try to fasten so that they don't eat into a lot of time. But this is the gate, like I rightfully mentioned, that we are waiting outside, because the body will be making its way from the airport through this gate. Something else that we have also seen the team. We have also seen the team of Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua also just waiting outside the airport. We don't understand if he will be part of the dignitaries that will be receiving the body here at the airport. We will be giving you those details as they happen. But for now, we are keeping tabs here at the airport, and we'll be briefing you as things unfold. Ibrahim.
Well, thank you very much, Zacchaeus Mwasame, for that update from the Kisumu International Airport. Like you have said, that is where the body of Francis Ogolla will be leaving in terms of that convoy. And then it will take the 60-kilometer journey to the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School here in Ngia Village. This is in Alego Songa constituency in Siaya County. It is, like I said, 60 kilometers coming all the way from the Kisumu airport, coming the route of Kisian. Then they will be coming all the way to this particular place. So at that particular time, of course, the convoy will be there, but according to the PS Interior, Raymond Omolo, there will be minimal interruption or minimal disruption of the free flow of traffic on that particular route, because the committee that has been planning this has planned it with military precision, much as it is, they just had 72 hours to plan this, because according to the wish of General Francis Ogolla, the Chief of the Defense Force of the Republic of Kenya, he wanted to be laid to rest 72 hours after his death. And that is what has happened here. This is the very first time that the country is witnessing the funeral of a serving Chief of the Defense Force. And like we earlier indicated, all the military activities will happen from here. It is likely a repeat of yesterday, because most of the activities that we saw yesterday are the same that will be done today, and I'll be taking you through these particular activities in some few minutes. But like I said, it is all the honors that should be accorded to a 4-star general, because remember, General Francis Ogolla is a 4-star general, the only 4-star general the country has, and he will be accorded all the honors that comes with not only a 4-star general but also a serving chief of the Defense Force. I want to quickly tell you some of those military rites that will be, military burial rites that will be taking place here from between 1 p.m. to 1:55 p.m. There shall be a procession parade to the grave site at Moore Village in Siaya County. That is about 6 kilometers from where we are. Like I said, at the burial site, only about 50 people will be allowed owing to the space there. And these people will include the Commander-in-Chief, his entourage, top military officers, as well as close family members of General Francis Ogolla. Then there shall be a reveal that will take place by the military again at that particular place. Then we shall have a 1 minute silence, observation of a 1 minute of silence in honor of General Francis Ogolla. Then there shall be a last post. You will remember that all this occurred yesterday in honor of the general. Then there shall be the 19-gun salute, the 19-gun salute 84. But also let me remind you that his death came 355 days after he was promoted to the rank of general and appointed the Chief of the Defense Force. So he would be marking his 1-year anniversary on the 29th of April 2024. That is in about 9 days now, or 8 days. But as God had planned, General Ogolla is today being laid to rest. On the 3rd of May 1985, General Ogolla was commissioned as a second lieutenant, upon which he was posted to Moi Air Base, where he later trained as a pilot. And during his career at the KDF, he held several commands and command staff and instructional appointments. This is according to his eulogy. In command, excuse me, in command he was the commanding officer, Laikipia Air Base Tactical Flight Wing in 2007. And also the base commander, Laikipia Air Base from 2008 to 2012. He was later promoted to a brigadier on the 10th of April 2012. Remember now, this is with the new constitution. And he was promoted to a brigadier and appointed the Deputy Air Force Commander, and later on promoted to Major General on the 13th day of July 2018. And he was appointed the Commander of the Kenya Air Force. On the 23rd of July 2021, he was also promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General and appointed the Vice Chief of the Defense Forces, a position he held until the 18th of April 2023, when he was promoted to the rank of General and appointed the Chief of the Defense Forces. So that is the brief, actually detailed 40-year career of General Francis Ogolla within the Kenya Defence Force. I should remind you that he is the 4th Chief of the Defence Force of the Republic of Kenya, because that is a position that was introduced upon the promulgation of the Constitution in 2010, because before that, the head of the military was the Chief of General Staff. And in this particular position, the Chief of the Defence Force, rather, General Ogolla is the 4th, having been preceded by the first, who was General Julius Karangi. Then there was General Samson Mwathethe. There was General Robert Kiboshi, who is the immediate former Chief of the Defence Force, and then currently now deceased General Francis Ogolla. Let me introduce Roslyn Obala back to this set to discuss what we expect. Already I have seen military officers at the vicinity. They have taken position. Also some other senior government officials around. PS Raymond Omolo has been here for about 2 hours, since 6 a.m. And by now, we have spoken to Mosame. The convoy, by the time we were speaking to Mosame, had not left the airport, but it should be here by at least 30 minutes after it leaves the airport. But already you can see the attendance that we are having. The people here, the locals are already here. Some government officials, some ex-government officials, politicians have taken positions, officers who are leading several government agencies. And the president will be here by 9:45. But even as we go through this, there is now the assignment that has been left by General Ogolla. One is the assignment on Operation Maliza Uhalifu, which is a joint assignment with the Ministry of Interior. Then there are the other assignments. Our military is supposed to actually draw from Somalia later this year. And the all other military activities. Remember, President William Ruto yesterday said that the general wanted to see the military move to the next advanced stage in terms of equipment and technology. And he said that he was to unveil something by May during the pass-out parade. So what would you expect in terms of the assignments that have been left? Of course, there is no vacuum. The military continues with its activities. But in terms of, and what would you expect in terms of honoring the vision that General Ogolla had on the military, one, and on all the assignments that the KDF was taking?
Ibrahim, remember you've just said that there is no vacuum. But here we are having, for the first time, a general dying in office. So that again takes us back to the succession of the military. You know, we have the KDF laws that dictates that, and also we have the Tonje rules that we have observed for quite some time, since Daudi Tonje was the general. So because of that, we know that the National Defense Council will have to have a meeting and also decide on the succession plan. Remember, General Ogolla was from the formation of the Air Force. Now, General Ogolla, either they will have the current lieutenant generals that we have are drawn from the Kenya Army and the Kenya Navy. So because of that, again, we'll have to see how the succession happens. But beyond that, the president himself talked about the dream of the general. And that, you know, every institution, transition is not for the sake of it. So it means that whoever will come there, they'll lay down procedures and the plan that he was working through, because remember the president said he was supposed to do some launch in May. So the paperwork is already there. It is now who to carry that vision. And I believe General Ogolla was not working alone. He had his vice CDF. He had the 3 service officers leading the 3 formations. That is the Kenya Air Force, Kenya Navy, and Kenya Army. So through that team, they will be able to carry through the vision of General Ogolla. Remember, the commander-in-chief himself has committed to see this through. He also talked about equipping the military, and this has been a conversation that we've had even in the media when we have covered some of the operations of the military. And I think the hardware has been one of them, especially during the time that we had deployed our troops to Somalia to secure the region, and also we had our troops in aircraft that was in Goma. So Kenya has been prone and credited with security operations across the region and even internationally. And I think that is why even in terms of even the leaders that were able to eulogize the general, they had something to say about the service to humanity and service to the region and to ensure that we have a global peace. Now, if you go again to the distinguished career of the general, you can actually see that some of the studies that he did, he was first a top diplomat because he did international studies, he did peace and security, he did counterterrorism. So these were some of the issues that the general was really committed to see through. And I'm sure the leaders that he has left, the service officers that he has left behind will carry through this dream.
Well, and even as you say, the service officers, you hope will carry on with this dream. You have brought in a very interesting conversation about succession at the Department of Defense, that is the Defense Headquarters in Nairobi, in terms of who takes charge. And the president, in appointing General Ogolla, stated that he picked General Ogolla because he was the best. He deserved and merited that particular position. However, there have been talks about the traditions that have been with the military in terms of who becomes the next CDF. You know, the rotational nature as introduced by Daudi Tonje. But then again, President William Ruto is on record saying that, look, in appointing General Ogolla, I looked at the merits. Remember, the Daudi Tonje are just traditions. They're not written, any written law. So what would you expect? Because this is a conversation that will be had in the next coming days when the National Defense Council sits. And perhaps they have already advised the president on the next potential CDF. What would you expect?
You know, Ibrahim, I think first we need to understand how the structure of the Kenya Defense Forces. We have the commissioned officers and we have the non-commissioned officers. That is why we have the private and we have the warrant officers. Then we have the commissioned officers, where we start from second lieutenants up to the general, where we have the four-star general. Now, in this case, we have the three formations that I talked about. Remember, the commander-in-chief just did changes last month in March, 8th of March. And we had a new vice CDF. We had two new service commanders, which means we had Tarus taking over from Lieutenant General Mbogo as the commander of Kenya Army. And we also had Thomas Nganga taking over as the commander Navy. So the only service commander that was retained was actually John Omenda, who is the commander of the Air Force. So actually, if you look at the service commanders, we are actually having new officers coming on board. The Vice CDF is new, that is Charles Kahariri. So that's why when I started, I said that when the National Defense Council sits, then they will actually look at this. In the succession of the military, there is the experience, there is the age, and then you also look at now the tradition and the law. So all this will come in. Currently, we only have 4 lieutenant generals who are actually drawn from the army and also drawn from the navy. Now, in the succession line, the general was from the Air Force. So it means the next line is the navy. So all these are things that are within the Daudi Tonje rules and also the traditions that we have observed for the years.
All right. Rosie, I'll allow you to rest for some few minutes before we are coming to you from the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School in Ngia Village in Alego Songa constituency of Siaya County. This is where the final activities in terms of laying the service and laying to rest of the Chief of the Defense Force, General Francis Ogolla, will be happening from, we have our team across this particular region. Earlier on, we spoke to Zacchaeus Masame, who is or at that particular point was at the Kisumu International Airport, where the convoy was set to leave and hit the road for 60 kilometers and get here in about 30 minutes from the time it will have left the airport. We shall also be speaking to Ouko Kusa, who will be at a different location to tell us what is happening on that particular side. But right now, let me update you on what is happening at the venue. This is at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. Senior military officers already here, as you can see them donned in the military gear or military fatigue, here ready to lay to rest their boss, their general, Francis Ogolla. You can see at the pavilion where the VIPs will be sitting. Already the president's or the presidential seat, the deputy president's seat, as well as every other dignitary's seat has been placed. And right now what is happening is that the programs are being placed on the different seats. If Dennis could actually indicate or show what is happening, then there are some few top military officers on the ground, because I know that military officers from the rank of general would be coming with that particular convoy here, because even later they will be the ones to, they will be the pallbearers. This is the tradition of the military, that one is actually accorded the last respects by his peers or people of his rank. So we expect it is generals who will be pallbearers later today at that final resting place, where they will only be allowing a maximum, like we are told, of 50 persons owing to the space there. But the pictures on your screen are of the venue. This is, I repeat, the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School in Siaya County. This is a Lego Songa constituency. Guests arriving. Already I can see the Secretary State Functions, that is Michael Gitonga, having a word with some of the officers here in terms of just making sure the final preparations, the last program goes according to plan. I can also see the presidential security. This is a presidential escort already having taken charge of the dais and the pavilion where the VIPs will be sitting. Lots of security checks having already been done. Locals are already here. Some of them have already taken their seats as it was expected in the program. Locals have already taken their seats, and just to again update you on what is happening, what should be happening by now is that upon arrival of the body at the Obama Kogelo Primary School here in Nia Village, Siaya County, 15 minutes later, the Commander-in-Chief, President William Ruto, will be arriving here to lead the final journey in honor of General Francis Ogolla. So President William Ruto expected here from around 9:45 a.m. Looking at, like I said, the program is really tight in terms of who gets to speak here. Remember, the PS, Raymond Omolo, indicating that there will be no politics here. So politicians, even if some national leaders may be given an opportunity to address, they will be required to avoid any political discussion from here. So President William Ruto, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, the Minister of Defense Aden Duale, maybe some of the leaders that we may see speak, but strictly in honor of General Francis Ogolla. Of course, all this again is at the discretion of the President. He is the Commander-in-Chief, and it is upon his magnanimity and his discretion that he gets to allow the other persons to speak, if again they will commit to not having any political discussions here. But like I said, it has been a tough about 3 days of national mourning since the country had the news of that fatal crash that happened in Elgeyo Marakwet County, Sindar area in Kaben location. And for the past 3 days, flags have been flying half-mast in honor of not only General Ogolla, but also his entire entourage. Remember, we as well lost 9 other gallant soldiers in the helicopter crash in Elgeyo Marakwet County. I mentioned their names earlier. President William Ruto has actually indicated that the 2 who were in hospital are right now in fair condition, even urging the country to pray for those soldiers who are recuperating in hospital. Already, some of those who died alongside General Ogolla have been laid to rest. Already, Brigadier Saidi was laid to rest in Kilifi County, Utange, and the other burial programs are still going on at different parts of the country where these officers came from. More announcements being made, announcements in Dholuo, announcements as well in English and Swahili, so we shall be telling you, even as this, what these announcements say, what the directions are. I can see right now some of the, more of the close friends, family members are also still arriving. But we will be taking a short break from here at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School to just have a sip of water, then come back and show you what is happening from here. But remember, all activities are expected to go to plan. I don't know if I'm able to speak to the Secretary of State Functions. I don't know if I'm able to speak to you very briefly, live on NTV, in terms of what we expect, how the program looks like. And earlier we spoke on phone and you said that the space at the burial site may not accommodate as many people, so it will be a limited number. Perhaps you may want to tell our viewers so that at home they know what will be happening here.
Well, the expectation so far is at 09:45. We're expecting the Commander-in-Chief to arrive. Then at that point, we begin the procession here. We are looking to having a fairly short church service. All will be done here, then we proceed to the graveside. As you have mentioned, we do have very, very, very limited space at the graveside. So it's still very fluid in terms of who's going to go to the graveside. But we'll get that information as we go along. So it's very fluid. Of course, given the squeezed time frame we've had to prepare, it has now made sure that we try and work on everything very, very quickly. And as a result, everything is happening by the hour, by the minute. So even information, I don't have the full information right now. But as time, proceeds, we continue to, get clarity on how the program is going to run. But generally, we want to start at 10. We are hoping that in 2 to 3 hours maximum, we'll be done with the church service, then proceed to the graveside.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Mike Gitonga is the Secretary of State's Functions, telling us just how the program looks like, and even telling us, buttressing that at the burial site, the space is very limited, and so only about 50 persons will be allowed. He says that owing to the few hours of preparation, remember all this has had to happen within 72 hours, they are still playing it by the ear and by the hour to make sure everything goes to plan. So he wouldn't really give details of what exactly the program looks like. And he will, of course, be communicating as it happens. So Michael Gitonga, Secretary State Functions, speaking to us on NTV. But allow us to take a break here on this particular burial. We will be coming back after very, very few minutes to keep updating you on what is happening here. It is the final journey. It is the final honors that are being given to Kenya's hero, a man who has dedicated 40 years of service to the country. This is from 1984 as a military man, and unfortunately lost his life in that chopper crash 3 days ago in Sindar area of Elgeyo Marakwet County. So we had I'm being advised before we take that break, Zacchaeus Mwasame, who earlier on was joining us from the Kisumu International Airport, has an update. Mwasame, the convoy is expected to take about 30 minutes to get here, and it is a 60-kilometer journey. By the time we spoke to you earlier, it had not left. What do we have to know so far?
Well, we are still keeping tabs here at the Kisumu International Airport. It's 8:45 a.m. We expected the body to be leaving this particular place to his rural home in Ngea at exactly 8. That has not happened. We are yet to learn what exactly is happening. But from a distance, if I can be able to get a glimpse of what is happening, the plane that carried the remains of General Ogolla is the other side there, and there's a brief, what you call a guard of honor has been prepared there. That is indicating that the body is just being briefed from the plane maybe to the hearse that will then be used to transport the body to his rural home. We are yet to learn what exactly maybe led to the delay, but that will be communicated later. For now, what we can report is that we can see, if I don't know if my camera person Jesse Chenge can be able to get those pictures from a distance. We have been barred from accessing that area. We are trying to get those pictures from a distance, but what we can see is that there's a group of army officers. They are making a brief guard of honor, just maybe to pay that last respect as they transport the body to the hearse. We do understand that this is a majorly military event, and it's going to follow all the military protocols to the latter, and that's why in every step they have to show that kind of the service that this is a person that they respected, because remember, this is the first time CDF is dying in office, and these are things that they're also doing to just appreciate the effort that General Ogolla put in place. Maybe later on, like we had also mentioned that the distance from this place to Ngea is about 1.5 hours. This will actually have an implication on the timing. It is going to affect the rest of the program for the day. Like we mentioned earlier, the body was supposed to leave this place at around 8 a.m. It's already 8:47. That means that it's already 47 minutes late, and therefore they'll have to maybe make up for the time that has already been lost here. We still are observing. I don't know if the body has left. Not yet. They have not removed the body from the plane to the hearse. We will maybe be in position. We are also told that Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is one of the dignitaries receiving that body there inside the airport, and that we had mentioned earlier that he had arrived here early. He is actually there. He's one of the dignitaries receiving General Francis Ogolla's body here at the Kisumu International Airport. Maybe something else. The weather here is actually gloomy, and we don't know if it's going to be friendly to allow the ceremony to go on as planned, or it will be disruptive. Remember, this region, the Nyanza region, usually experiences convectional rainfall, and therefore we are hoping that the weather will be friendly to allow this ceremony to go on as planned. So, all right, we will be looking into other details here, but remember, this is a military event, and remember, this is an issue that maybe everything is limited, including information is limited, because we have not been given sufficient information here as to why or what has led to the delays. But we'll be learning that later as the day goes by, because It was not even meant to take long here. It was just meant to maybe receive the body and then put it in the house. It goes to Nia, where General Francis Ogolla will be laid to rest. But we are keeping tabs to just make sure that we give you up to speed with what will be happening, including maybe what led to the delay of the arrival of the body, despite the fact that the program read that the body will be leaving this particular place at exactly 8 a.m. It's 8:50 already. The body has not yet left, but that is not a serious concern, because it can easily be made up. Just if you can be able also to get the other side, we can see that there's a lot of maybe colleagues that are waiting. We can have the securities actually beefed up properly. The other side also, we have the military police cars that are waiting on standby to just make sure that they give the escort. The other side, this is a serious team there. They are in serious combat there. This is a wreck escort. They are also waiting there to make sure that they give the general the escort that he deserves. On the other side, Jesse, if we can also be able to get that, yes, well, this is inside, just outside the airport. The parking lot is full of these kind of cars that are waiting to give General Francis Ogolla a befitting send-off. Of course, it will start from here. We have also had a number of dignitaries making their way inside the airport, where we have been stopped not to access anyway. But we can still do this from outside here, because this is our pleasure. We can, as you can see, there are still, most of the dignitaries are still arriving here. These are closed. Just so you can, if you can be able to move, thank you. That's okay, so that you can give them space to make their way. This is actually we have seen the communication in the midst of defense. That is Mugambi, an indication that the CS is not very far. CS yako gari gani? CS yako gari gani?
CS yuko kwa this is the family car.
Oh, family car.
They're going to pick
the family car for General Ogolla.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. We are just told that these cars that are making is are carrying the family for Major Francis Ogolla. I think that is the reason maybe they delayed to release the body. They are making their way inside there. We have been told that those are cars carrying the family for Major General Francis Ogolla, and therefore we are also now waiting. Maybe their arrival will fasten things. Maybe it will fasten things, because it's important that the family actually is available, is present. It's important the family is present for this particular kind of event, because this is the time they're giving the last respect, and they are the people that are given priority, despite the fact that it's a military event. But the family has a very, very important role to play in the last send-off of General Francis Ogolla. I think in the interest of maybe the space inside there and also the restriction at the airport, they have not been able to allow very many vehicles to make their way inside there. We also need to know who is where and who doing what. So that is it. It is already late by almost 53 minutes. 8:53 now. The event is already late by almost 53 minutes, but we hope that they are going to make up for that time that has been lost. We mentioned that the entry that I just entered there is carrying the family for the late General Francis Ogolla, and indeed they have made their way to where the body is. Yes, we can be able to see from a distance, and yes, we can be able to see that. There's some bit of consultation here and there. It is understood, it is acceptable. In a time of this repute, you can see people consulting here and there, trying to just make sure that everything is placed before the body leaves this place for Nia, that is in Siaya County. Yes, like my colleagues earlier mentioned, it is something that we are going to be very keen and passionate in making sure that we update you with every detail. And it was supposed to, maybe at 8, it was supposed to be arrival and reception of the body here at the airport. We have mentioned that it's already late. Maybe they'll make up for that time. It was also supposed to be at 9. All guests were supposed to be seated at Obama Ogolla Primary School, near village, that's in Siaya County. And that will be also be happening later. For now, we can see that they are making some sort of salutes. The other side, officers dressed in navy blue uniform there. These are KDF officers trying to do that. We can also see the clergy making the way to where the body is, maybe to make a prayer. Yes. We have the clergy that has been here from around 7, from 6:30 to 7. Now they're making there, maybe indicating that now they're coming to the event of just getting the body to the house before it's transported to the village in here. And therefore, we are keeping tabs outside here. I wish we were allowed there. I wish we were allowed there. I wish we were allowed there. We could have told you better than this, but this is the best we can get for now. And we can still see from a distance what is happening actually, because this is a very serious matter of concern to us, and we also need to bring this to you from the comfort of your home. Yes, they're making those staccato steps towards the body, and all right. Of course, Jesse Cheng is just concerned that he wishes he could have got it, but you can still get these pictures. Jesse, thank you so much. You can move a bit small there. Thank you. Yes, there you can be able to get those pictures to show our viewers what is actually happening there. Can you be able to zoom and get those pictures? Yes, because it's happening at distance there. I don't know if Jesse can be able to get there. Not really. If you can move close, Kiasi. Thank you. You can just move there. Thank you. There you can be able to get at least what is happening there. Yes. I think after that short event there, yes, they're making some movements. Maybe. This will culminate into now transferring the body to the house. And later on the body, of course, it will get out through this gate. We are just anxiously waiting outside this gate because the body and the entrance will get out using this gate. And that's why we are strategically placed here to make sure that we give you those pictures as they happen. And it's important that we actually show you this. Well, this is Kisumu International Airport, and we are waiting for General Francis Ogolla's body as it leaves the airport to his rural home. We can now see these gentlemen getting active. They were a bit... Songa pole pole, Jesse, thank you. There's a bit of push and pull here, and sometimes it might compromise the quality of our pictures, but that's not a serious issue. We will be making up for that. Yes, the guard of honor that was there now is making its way out of that place, and they are now preparing the way for the body to leave here at the Kisumu International Airport. We believe that any time from now, the body will be leaving the airport using this gate, because it has taken a bit of time. It has delayed a bit, and we do understand They were waiting for the family, which just made its way inside that place a few minutes ago. The family of the late General Francis Ogolla just made its way there, and maybe that's why they were making some delays to just accommodate them. And once they made their way there, we have seen the guard that was marching there has been cleared. We might not be able to see the other side because of where the place where we are. There's a building that's actually blocking us. The new building that was put up at the airport is actually blocking us from seeing exactly what is happening. But from where I stand, just say if you can make a short move so that we can. Thank you. So that is it. Yes, like we rightly mentioned, this is the gate that the body will be using to leave the airport to the village. The body arrived and they have prepared, they have already transported the body to the house, and I think what is remaining is now the body leaving this airport to the village. We mentioned earlier that the distance, or rather the time that maybe one could cover using the car from the airport here in Kisumu to Ng'ia in Siaya is about 1.5 hours. And that's the time the interchange will be making the way. And we asked some of the organizers, why did they choose maybe to use the road to the village? They say that it will be part of giving the last respect of the residents of this region to the fallen hero. Because by using the road, some of the people who might not even be able to view the body, they will watch the interchange as it makes its way to Siaya, just as a way of giving the last respect of the residents of this region. And therefore, one was asking, why didn't they use the plane maybe to transport the body to the village? Some of the answers are that they wanted also to give an opportunity to the people of this region, of Nyanza region, to bid farewell, not even, though not physically, for those who might not be able to make to the graveyard, because we have told that because of the size of the homestead, only 50 people will be allowed at the graveyard. But then the people of this region have been given an opportunity, especially those along the Kisumu-Siaya road, will be able to just watch the entrance as it makes its way to Ng'ia in Siaya. Any time from now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be seeing the body leave Kisumu International Airport, where we are anxiously waiting to Ng'ia village via this gate. Once it comes, we will be able to give you those pictures in full to make sure that you get a glimpse of what is happening here. We also mentioned earlier that we are yet to learn maybe what has caused the further delay, because we do understand that the other time the family of the late General Francis Ogolla had not arrived. It had just come in, and they have been accommodated there. Of course, the military protocols have been followed and they're still being followed to the latter. We can see the riders, the motorbike riders who are supposed to be ahead to clear the traffic, getting into their position now. An indication the gate is now also being opened here. Just say if you can be able to get now, the gate has been opened. An indication that any time from now, the body of the late General Francis Ogolla will be leaving this particular place to his rural home in Siaya County. Yes, this gate initially was closed, and now you can see it has been opened by these gentlemen here around. And I'll ask that gentleman, you can just move up closer so that you can be able to get that. Thank you so much for responding. The gate has been opened, an indication that any time from now, the remains of the late General Francis Ogolla will be leaving Kisumu International Airport to his home in Siaya County. Yes, those gentlemen, the riders of the motorbike, have gotten into position like I mentioned earlier, and I can still see them getting ready onto their motorbikes to just clear the way, the traffic. And these are not, they are military motorbikes, military police motorbikes. They are not the normal traffic police motorbikes that are going to lead. This is a military event, and it is going to be done the military way. It's important to note that, and that's why we are keen to give you every detail of what will be happening right from here in Kisumu up to Siaya. Remember, NTV and National Media crew has planted. They are a bunch of journalists all over, because we have our team that is split all over. We have a team here. We have a team here to give you the details. We have a team all the way will be accompanying the body all the way as it makes its way to Siaya. And then we have a very strong team of Ibrahim Karanja, Rosino Bala, and the entire team of the Nation Media crew there to give you the details of this particular funeral that has gotten the country by surprise. But then it is important that the CDF is given a befitting send-off by Kenyans and those that matter. We are still waiting here at the gate so that we get it. And therefore, as we wait for that time of the entourage to leave the gate here at the Kisumu International Airport, I would like now to pass over this baton to my colleague Ibrahim Karanja, who is actually in Siaya. Ibrahim.
Well, thank you very much, Mosame, from the Kisumu International Airport. We are still here at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School, where we are still awaiting the activities to start. Where Mosame is, at the Kisumu International Airport, Roslyn, I am reliably informed that the body of General Francis Ogolla has since arrived and is currently being loaded into the gun carrier, and will be in the next few minutes taking that 30-minute journey to this place, 60 kilometers to here. So it also means that we are not so far from the activities here starting, but perhaps to brief our viewers on what you have noted so far from here.
Ibrahim, since we came in the morning, you've seen the security are trying to control the people who are coming here. So many people have turned up to actually see the final send-off of General Ogolla. The family members are here. You can see the military officers are here. There is a preparation from his home where we expect that the body will be brought to his home before it is actually brought to Senator Obama Primary School, where they're going to do the memorial service here before they take the body for interment at his home at Moore Village here in Ngia, Alego Usonga constituency.
And that village is about 6 kilometers from here. We are passed by the general's home with you.
Yes.
And it is reported that according to the space at that particular point, then not so many people will be allowed to get to the burial site. And that's why, even for us as the media, we have had to make arrangements on how only some few of us will be allowed to cover that for the benefit of our viewers at home who may want to follow these particular proceedings from Siaya County. But the journey from Kisumu International Airport to here is 60 kilometers, about 30 minutes. By 9:45, we expect that the Commander-in-Chief, President William Ruto, will be seated here. And as you notice, the closer we get to that moment where the body of the general gets here and the Commander-in-Chief gets here, the tighter the security looks. You would agree with me that right now it is a bit difficult to even cross across the pavilion. But take us through that journey. This is a journey that the general would take many times, multiple times, as he came home. We have heard from close people who interacted with him that he loved to drive. Remember, even yesterday at the airport, that's the kind of details we used to get. So take us through that journey, that the final journey that he's going to have by road from Kisumu to here.
Ibrahim, this is going to be the general's last journey. We've said that he'd made this journey so many times when he used to drive home from his main assignment. And remember, today was actually supposed to be a different event for the general. He was supposed to be opening the church today, but that has not been the case. Instead, we are going to have his final send-off today. So the general used to come through Kisumu Airport. That is where the body has actually landed now, and take the route from Kisumu through to Kisian, either through Busia Road or the Bondo Road. So it will depend with which road the procession will take, either to come through Bondo to the, Senator Obama Primary School, or through Ngia, that might pass through his home and his father's home. Some of the organizers are telling us that the body might pass through his father's home before it actually comes here. And then by 1 p.m., that is the time that they are looking at it to have finished the funeral service to be able to go and inter the general back home.
So that means, Rosalind, and these are the options that we are giving our viewers to understand the journey that the general might take here.
Yeah.
If he will have to be taken home first, then the closest route to his father's home is a route through through Luanda,
yes,
coming all the way to Ngia. That is Busia Road and Luanda coming to Ngia,
yes,
to his father's home, then comes to Senator Obama Primary School.
Yes.
However, if he is to come straight to this place, then he will not have to go the Luanda way. He will come from Kisumu Airport to Kisian, then make the turn.
And then to Ndori, then to this place.
Then to this place. So
yes,
those are the options,
yeah,
that we will be observing how it goes.
yeah.
Don't mind the noise at the background. That is the music, of course, being played here in the mood of, the last respects for General Francis Ogolla, who is being laid to rest here at the age of 61. By February of next year,
yeah,
he should have turned 62. He should have actually be exiting from the KDF.
But it also depends with the discretion of the commander-in-chief. He might have gotten another 1-year extension.
Yes, there is a provision, yes, for a 1-year extension.
Yes, yeah.
And I think from what we have heard, the addresses being made, he was a man who was committed to ensure that by the time he leaves,
yeah,
he leaves a mark that will be remembered forever.
yes.
And nonetheless, I think even at his exit, though premature, there is a mark that will remain forever. And that mark is the resilience and the commitment that he puts in our military, Rosalind.
Ibrahim, even as we send the general home, once you are a soldier, you are a soldier. And once you are commissioned, then you prepare to exit. So you can even hear from the general's family, they were prepared for the exit. So it didn't come as a surprise. So whatever he had started, he had made ways on how it is going to be completed. But remember, the mark he has made will be remembered for a very long time. And being that this is the first time that we are having a general die in active duty, it will also be part of our history, that this is the first time this has happened, and how did it happen. Now, the legacy that he has left behind is what the people he mentored will have to actually nurture and proceed with it in remembrance of what he had actually started.
All right. And thank you, Roslyn Ogolla. Roslyn Ogolla, the political editor at the Nation Media Group, alongside the entire team here that is bringing to you this coverage only on the platforms of the Nation Media Group, NTV, at Nation.Africa, and all the other Nation Media Group platforms. Just to tell you about who I have spotted so far, Rosalind, I can see a number of members of parliament who have now started arriving. For a while, elected leaders had not started trooping in, and maybe I'll give you that opportunity to also speak to some of the members of parliament briefly to honor the general. Perhaps if you can get to them.
Please. The area MP.
Yes, even as Roslyn Ogolla gets the members of parliament who have started arriving. For some moments, the elected leaders had not come here, but now, right now, they are here. I have seen Nairobi woman representative. I have seen Nairobi woman what is on your screen right now is that the body of General Francis Ogolla is currently leaving the Kisumu International Airport, and that there is the last journey that he is making. The body of General Francis Ogolla right there leaving the Kisumu International Airport for this particular place, his home village in Alego Songa constituency. You can see that, of course, it is given all the military honors and accompanied by military officers. Such a sad moment for the country, a very heavy moment to bear that we are laying to rest a serving Chief of the Defense Force, General Francis Ogolla, and that journey that has started right now. If I am to look at my time, it is about 9:15. So in about 30 minutes, that particular convoy should be here, and General Francis Ogolla will have arrived at his home village of Ngia, where he will be laid to rest, not so far from where we are. Those are live pictures that you're getting from NTV. The body of General Francis Ogolla leaving the Kisumu International Airport. Our Zacchaeus Mosame is there and accompanying that particular convoy. We will be occasionally crossing over to him to tell us where he is and how, or the route that they will have taken. Like Roslyn Ogolla said, there are two options. In case they would want to go by his father's home, then the closest route would be the Busia Road, then make a turn in Luanda and come all the way to Ngia. But if they were to come straight to the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School here, then the route to use would be Busia Road, then make a turn at Kisian and come all the way to this particular place. 60 kilometers, the last journey that the general is taking. But I want, even as we see the live pictures, even as we talk over the live pictures that you are seeing, the pictures right now, the pictures on your screen right now is of the general's body leaving the airport. But Roslyn Ogolla, you are joined by members of parliament here who have started arriving. But I also to inform you, the body of General Ogolla right now, the pictures on your screens is of the body leaving the Kisumu International Airport. We have our Zacchaeus Mosame there. But Roslyn, take it away.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Actually, we are joined by the area MP, Sam Atandi. Maybe just take us through the preparations. Now, this is the last leg of a general who I know you knew very close. I think that this is actually your constituency.
Yes.
Maybe just to tell us so far how things are.
Okay, thank you very much. Today is the day that we are sending off the general. The program was very tight. As you are aware, the funeral occurred on Friday. And today is Sunday, barely 72 hours since he passed on. So everything has been done. This is a state funeral, so our local community, we have had a limited role in the funeral. But I'm happy with the arrangement that has been done right from Nairobi. Everything has gone on very well. So we're just here to pay our last tribute and to send him off.
So, the locals have said they want to come and have the final send-off. Remember, this is a mixture of a military send-off and the local send-off. We are also told that the home is very small, that they will have a limited number of people accessing. Being that even the nature of the way the general had indicated that he should be buried, how many people will actually access that to actually be able to see how it will be done in his home?
I think for the home, where the final burial rites will happen, that will be reserved for the family members. We have asked our community members to just come here at the school, where we are going to have the service, the funeral service, and where we are going to make speeches. After that is done, then I think that will be the end for the community. We need to allow the family, the close family members and a few guests to be the one to witness the final rites at the home.
The general has been saying that he was doing so many community projects. Actually, today should have been a celebration of one of the projects that he has done. As the area MP, I know you know some of the projects that the general was undertaking. Maybe just to share some of them and the people who are actually going to be on a great loss with his departure.
Yeah, the general did so many projects. Actually, me as the area MP, I worked closely with him. From the day he was appointed the commander of the Air Force, we became close. And our closeness was basically on development programs. He has constructed schools. The primary school where I went to, Nduru Primary School, there's a time I requested him to come and support me, and he came and he renovated the entire school, the old school. He has been involved in renovating near primary school, next to where his home is. He has also been involved in helping in to do some infrastructure on the roads. There's an area down here where we had a bridge which had collapsed. And the general came and using his own resources, he was able to fix it. And away from that, general was very private. But in his privacy, he did so many things silently. Like when we were recruiting people in the army, I want to just tell you that the general did so much. But he was very careful that those things should not be announced. There are so many people he has recruited into the army from here. And he was doing it not for publicity, but he did it for just his service to the community.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa. Pole sana. Ibrahim, we were just talking to the MP of Alego Usonga, and again he has brought us into the other side of general that we didn't know. He's saying he was a very private person, and there were so many things that he did for the community that he did not announce, but he was doing. So that just gives us another virtue of the general that we didn't know that he had, because most of the time you'll find that people will actually be parading the people they've actually helped from where they come from. But you hear that the general was doing some of the things that were very impactful, but secretly that not so many knew about. And that can be a testament to just how many people are trooping actually here to actually give him the final send-off.
Indeed, by indication, the number of people who are here right now, being 9:21 a.m., it would mean that we are going to see a lot more people arriving. Because by 9:21, you are right to say, if I may use that particular microphone, by this particular time, you are right to say that all the seats aside from the seats that have been indicated have been occupied, and it is 9:21 p.m. a.m. rather. So we are sure that by the time the body arrives here, the numbers will have swelled. And I'm saying that informed by the pictures that we are seeing accompanying the convoy, because the pictures that we had on our screens moments earlier, and perhaps one that our directors Mike and Jackie can show our viewers right now, are of the people of Kisumu waiting by the roadside and celebrating like they normally would celebrate a hero. Those are the pictures that we have seen. We saw moments earlier, because and that was right outside the airport. So you can only imagine the farther that body leaves the airport towards this particular area, by the time it gets to Kisian. Kisian is a very busy center on any normal day. So you can imagine the number of people who will accompany it. Aside from the protocol, the programmed people who are supposed to accompany it, there is also those who will automatically follow. For instance, just to lay or to have respect, the last respect to the fallen general. So it would mean that this school, and from my own calculation, this school can occupy more than 10,000 people, even without seats. It would mean that this school would be filled to the brim in the next few minutes.
Actually, Brian, if you have seen from what has been happening from the time we came to the gate, from the time we came to the gate, you can actually see the way the security officers, especially the KDF officers, were having challenges in terms of actually screening the people who are coming here. We were with you at the initial stages when they were doing the security checks, when we were actually asked to vacate the dome so that they were able to check the security situation and be able to be convinced that everything is okay. The Interior Cabinet Secretary was here earlier, and one of the reasons he was here was to ensure that even as we have so many people walk and troop into this venue to send off the general, they are able to also screen and ensure everybody is secure. But just as we had said, the routes, the possible routes that might be used, we know people will be milling along either through Kisian Road or Bondo Road, whichever direction that the convoy will take. Remember again, something that we didn't tell our viewers is that if you look at the general, the remains of the general are actually carried in the gun carrier. But remember, the officers who are actually the ball bearers are major generals. So you can actually see the high stakes even in sending off the general. Being that this is a first, but in terms of military traditions, there is a lot that people are able to learn and acclimatize with what is happening today.
Well, this should be the Kisumu-Busia Road, where the convoy of carrying the remains of the late General Francis Ogolla, the Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, is currently headed to his village, Ngia village. This is Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. You can see the live pictures there. Our teams, Zacchaeus Mosame and his crew, are accompanying the entourage and will be updating us on where exactly the convoy gets to. Of course, the instructions here are still being given by the persons running the program and indicating that it is time for those who are within the dome to sit. I would tell you, like we had earlier mentioned, the dome is already occupied. All the seats that were meant for the rest of the people are all occupied, save for the front seats, which were meant for dignitaries, which haven't been occupied yet. All the other seats, including of the tents outside, have been occupied. The people you're seeing right in front of me are family members of the late General Francis Ogolla, and on the other side will also be the close family members, the widow, the children of the General. President William Ruto, his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and every other leader will be seated where their seats are. Like I said, the closer we get to the moment where they are expected here, the tighter security gets. Earlier on, you could see lots of people pass by this dais, or pass by the VIP side of the dais. But right now, that is reducing. You can see presidential escort security officers have already taken charge of this particular area, and they're making sure only people allowed to access this particular zone are actually accessing this zone. But the members of parliament that I have seen who have arrived at this particular place, or the dignitaries that I have seen, include former Migori Governor Okoth Obado, who is here. I don't know if he can have a word with us in regards to the passing on of the general. Yes, there is also the Member of Parliament, Mark Nyamita. There is the former Migori Governor, Okoth Obado, who we would love to have. Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. You're live on NTV. And this is a sad moment, but also a celebration of Kenya's hero, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his 61 years to serving the country. Actually, he would be marking exactly 40 years by May, that is next month, in the military. How do you remember General Ogolla, even as the country lays him to rest today?
Well, thank you very much. I had the rare privilege of having visited General Ogolla, actually in his rural home. One time, I think the president was in my constituency, that we flew in to his place, and he hosted us for dinner at his place with his family. And so we got an opportunity then to interact to great lengths, because we were there for almost about 5 hours. I must say, a good man, a very organized man, a family man indeed. And, you know, he gave us a bit of hints of how his life had been in the military, and a bit of how this village perceived him initially and got to understand him as time went by. That initially people thought that he was someone who was so closed in, but later on people just came to understand that, you know, he has time for everything because he was a very, very organized man. But I actually think that the biggest thing that we celebrate is that he rose through the ranks on merit from the lowest level to the highest possible level. It is an unfortunate thing that he had to die at this time when he just had 1 year and a few days to the celebration of his father's 100th birthday. But one of the things, I mean, listening to the family members speaking, that this gentleman was not only organized when he's in life, but he had actually completely prepared his family for his final days. I actually think that the circumstances under which he died are unfortunate, though in a line of duty. And you know, when you join the military, you can either die while at work, or you can kill while you're at it. Unfortunately, you know, the topmost had to die under such circumstances. And because there are few questions that people have been asking, I think that one of the things...
Last post, and then a 19-gun salute, you know, as he is then interred.
Yes.
So explain to us what these words mean. What is the reveal?
So reveal is a French word that means wake up. So it usually in normal military parlance signifies the start of duty and is played as a bugle call. It's a short musical bugle tune that is played at the beginning in the morning. So it's kind of like a wake-up call.
For the military officers?
Yes.
Okay.
So when they report to duty, and it's a sort of, you know, start of duty.
Okay.
Now, the last post is usually the end of duty, the exact opposite. It's kind of mournful. So today it's playing two roles. The first one is to signify the last journey of the KDF and in his position as a military full general and the chief of the defense forces. And then it's also signifying sort of the end of his duty, just like it usually would in any other context, and also the sacrifice that he's made for the country. So it's a sort of mournful tune that is played by bugles. Bugles are, you know, they are, most people think they're trumpets, but they're not trumpets because they don't have the keys.
Yeah.
It's just a horn.
Sort of like a bullhorn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And it's usually held by one hand, and they play usually a short tune at any parade. Now, in between these two, there'll be a 1 minute silence where everybody reflects on their life and accomplishments and pays their honor to the general and in tribute to his sacrifice for the nation.
Yeah.
So that's what those mean. Yes.
Those mean, yeah. And we'll come back, and again, he will get the 19-gun salute.
He will.
We'll come back and talk a bit more about that. They've now left the Kisumu-Busia road and are now on the Bondo road, I believe. When we're ready, we'll get you that shot once again. And as you can see here, public transport, just about all manner of traffic being put to a hold to allow this procession to proceed. Like John Kinuthia, a leadership and security analyst, tells us, they will keep managing and tempering the speed. Nimrod Tabo did tell us there was a bit of rain in Siaya, and we can see that here as well. You know, usually rain on the day of a funeral, and in fact, at the moment, somebody is being laid to rest is usually, you know, a good sign, you know, at the end. Obviously, we're in that season, but you can see what the day is like. And this is where that convoy is headed, to the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. This ceremony will be presided over by the Archbishop of the Anglican Church, Jackson Olesapit. And there will be the Maseno West Diocese Bishop, as well as other leaders of the Anglican Church, of which the late General was a member in good standing. We understand he last attended church on Sunday, the 31st of March, and took Holy Communion. was instrumental in building that church that was just earlier this morning consecrated by the Archbishop himself. They are now choosing to skip that, obviously, to keep time. And these were arrangements and changes to the program that were made overnight going into this morning. John, you were telling us we will see changes. We could also see changes in the route, right?
Yes, absolutely. Like now you notice, you mentioned rains, and you correctly noted both in the Christian context as well as in the cultural context, those are showers of blessing.
Yeah.
Yes. But now rain presents yet another, a factor.
Yeah.
So you did notice that the lead vehicles did space out a little. One thing they're doing, they're now managing traffic in advance from a distance. You'll notice by the time they get into the public service vehicles and other private vehicles, they've already been moved to the side.
Right.
And then now, because of the weather and other considerations, they'll want to, keep up quite a, you actually here it is. So they'll keep up, a reasonable speed, and as those conditions change, you'll notice they will adjust posture for that. The important thing first is to keep time as much as possible, which means to shorten the, even if they're late, just to minimize that.
Yeah.
And then the second, of course, is to manage the traffic and the overall security posture, yet allow the mourners to express themselves. Like you correctly said, you'll hear people wailing, you see them waving twigs, and, in the cultural context.
Yeah.
And this particular general was quite beloved in this particular county and generally. So they are allowing all that. So even the speed, for example, does accord people the opportunity to just, that personal sort of experience.
And you're right. Where you do see crowds, and I don't know if that's the observation you share, not that they slow down a great deal, but you do see that there is some considerable slowing of speed that then allows the people, and then they pick up speed once the crowds have passed. So it also respects that as well.
It serves three purposes. The first one is exactly that. It will respect the people and give them an opportunity to have that personal expression of grief and mournful sorrow as the convoy passes. Secondly, where there is a crowd, you don't want to speed through because, it presents a risk if they are at a high pace of speed.
Yeah.
And then thirdly, just for them to manage better, and this adjustment in posture and the dynamics that you can see, the speed also allows for that. And then once the road is clear, they can take on and pick up more speed and, gain time. So there's actually a process to it. There's actually, a science to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is what we are witnessing on this unprecedented, rather sad day. Many people eulogizing him in different ways. I mean, I've come across so many tributes about his interaction with civilians, for instance, about some of the things that he was passionate about. I saw this one from a Rotarian, Leonard Ithao, who says, they needed to host an event at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Lang'ata here in Nairobi. They paid him a visit. He goes on to say in this tweet that they were treated like VIP guests. He talks about how nervous he was as a civilian encountering not just any military officer, but the Chief of Defense Forces, and how he helped to give them access to the venue, asked them what it was about. Not only that, he, supplied some of his military staff and officers to help them with the logistics. That's Leonard Ithao. I read another one from the former Secretary General of the Medical Doctors Union, who talked about that they needed some help from him with access, and they ended up doing a medical camp. And so that's sort of rare glimpse of, because we know how the military works, right, John? You know, the military are far removed from the general population. But we're now starting to see rare glimpses of this man and his interactions with civilians that were quite warm, quite pleasant, and extremely helpful. And that's rare for military officers, particularly of his seniority. Even before he was CDF, he was leading the Air Force, right? And sorry, as we go, we just want to let you know that we're also seeing arrivals of various military officials from other countries. as well, who are arriving there. Nimrod earlier told us about commanders who've been sent by the President of the Republic of Uganda, that's Yoweri Museveni. We've also seen some foreign dignitaries and military officials there. There have been tributes from all around the world, all around Africa, presidents of Namibia, others. So yeah, just
let me
to
speak
comment.
to those two things
right.
you've raised. The last point, you've seen military leaders. I've seen some from the United States and the British military. I actually was watching a video yesterday where much earlier in his career, he was, attached with the U.S. Air Force, and they told him, you're a Kenyan ace pilot. I'm sure they would never have imagined not only will he be an ace pilot, but will rise to become a top ace, not just ace fighter pilot, but also an instructor and a trainer. He would rise to command the Air Force as well, and would now rise to become the CDF, the Chief of Defense Forces. So you'll be seeing a lot of his ties reflected in the kind of dignitaries from a military perspective who'll attend. Here we go. So you will see them
and
from
senior military officials.
Very senior, yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
Now to your first point. Every leader has his leadership style. I was here in his studio on Friday, and I mentioned his leadership style was very unique because he was extremely open to the public. He was very personable. He really, in fact, his very last mission reflected that. There's something the military call, winning the hearts and minds, even in a conflict area or in an area of operation where people would expect, the tough side of the military, the stick as opposed to the carrot. They would expect, that sort of expression of force. He was very big on now the other side, winning the hearts and minds. Those an opening of a school, those community engagement. But now to a specific point, he was unusually open to any, and he was a very humble man, both as a Christian and also in his personal, demeanor and character, and as a leader. So his leadership style was not only to lead from the front. You saw him jogging with his troops just 2 days prior, and those are the lowest rank, the private level, all the way.
And he didn't have to jog.
He didn't have to.
He did that, twice a week?
Yes.
Every week. He didn't have to,
Yes.
But yet...
And you'll hear so many stories of people expressing. I was leaving home on Friday when I was coming here, and my neighbor says, "Hey, you look smart. Where are you headed?" I said, "I'm heading to, our media services, Citizen TV studios, to honor the late general." And she goes ahead to say of an interaction they just had with the general in March. Almost everybody has a personal story that tells you he was a man of the people. That's why I said he was so beloved, and it is being reflected in how people are mourning him. It is being reflected in the, the general, honor and respect that's being accorded to him. And most importantly, to your point, his leadership style, despite being the head of the military, was very open to the public, even to junior ranked officers within the military and other people within the community. So you'll hear the church leaders talking so passionately about him and the interaction. You'll hear, the community leaders talking the same. You heard the politicians talking the same. You'll hear everybody saying the same, and there's a common theme to it. He was a humble servant. So his style was servant leadership of the kind that leads from the front with a lot of humility.
And I'm also informed of, another incident where they were, we can see a bit of traffic management.
Yes.
Okay, they're a little packed in the back seat of that one.
So those are
but it's like what you were saying about them managing the traffic ahead of the convoy.
And you notice now the speed is much higher.
The speed has kicked up, you're right, yes. I'm also informed of another interaction he had with the military forces as they were leaving the East African mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yes.
I'm told he went personally and spoke to the troops and, explained why they had to leave. And it just goes to all of these stories, including the ones you were sharing here, about him being a man of the people on the ground, leading from the front and walking with his military officers side by side and from the front. from whence cometh another, and that is why his final flight is underway now. And a lot of these things are interesting. I find a huge coincidence of two types of celebrations that we're seeing this weekend. There was the one, celebrations that had been already laid out.
Yes.
One was the centennial celebrations for his father,
yes.
and then the celebrations for this church that has now been consecrated, and we see his name on the plaque that was unveiled a short while ago. And all of these...
his daughter's birthday
And
yesterday.
his daughter's birthday, yes, that's right. But all of these still going on.
Yes.
And so that perhaps in some way signifies this last final flight as still a celebration as well. All of these things that were meant to happen have still happened. The church has been consecrated this morning. Centennial celebrations happened yesterday. And this is happening just about less than a month to the day he was promoted to full general and appointed by the Commander-in-Chief to be the Chief of Defense Forces. So such an interesting coincidence of events.
Yeah, so to your first point, actually I'll start with the last one. Yes, he actually passed away 10 days before, because he was appointed on the 28th of April.
Yes.
But to your first point, all these layers are so reflective and indicative of the man and the leader and the military head and just overall the human being he was. So you hear the bishop saying they had planned this, and he was instrumental in the building of the church, and he was planning to actually be present as one of the witnesses, as is written on the plaque, and he made a point that they didn't modify the plaque. It is just as it was planned. You had the MP and others say how they plan to celebrate the centennial celebrations for his father, coinciding with his daughter's birthday yesterday, and all these things continued. And then now you see the military side. We saw the state functions yesterday, and to your earlier point when you were asking about will the military be involved today, now you've seen they will be involved even on Friday. But all these multi-layers just tell you the depth of the man, and his leadership, a unique leadership style, and most importantly, his personable nature and very humble way of interacting. That servant leadership at its best.
Yeah, and the president yesterday also said that he had big plans for the military, and he said some of that, the general had told him he would see some of that during the pass-out parade that is coming soon. But, obviously he's not here to see it, but hopefully a bit of what he had started to institute will see the light of day, as the months and years go by. And so, like we've said, this is also a full military affair that is taking place today. You can see that from the convoy that is now on the Kisumu-Bondo Road, making its way to this venue you see on your screen in Ngia, in Siaya County. This is at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. Guests arriving, dignitaries from across the world and across the continent, senior military officials, area and local leaders. Let's find out where Laura is with that procession from Kisumu, which is supposed to be an hour and a half's ride. I don't know, how long have we been on the road? Oh, quite a bit. So, Laura, if you can hear us, please tell us where exactly you are now. Oh, this is Kisian. Laura, give us the latest as to where you are and how the procession is carrying on.
Oh, well, yes, Yvonne, right now we are we're just around Teme, and we understand that we will be using this is Kisumu Bondo Road, and we understand that we will be branching off at a place called Ndori, so that we head to Nia. There are normally two roads to head towards Nia. This is Kisumu Bondo Road, and then there's the Kisumu Busia Road, but then we are told that they decided to divert the traffic because the other road is narrower, and because of the scale of the procession that is heading towards the home, they opted to use this road. So right now we are at Seme, and as you can see, there's a multitude of people who are basically lined up on the road. We have been seeing this trend all the way from Kisumu International Airport. We're still in Kisumu County, yet to get to Siaya County, but then this has been the trend. We are hoping to see whether there'll be any more stops, because that's around Kitmikai area. the procession had made a brief stop. We are yet to understand really what was happening, but then the military police are trying to clear the crowd from off the road because, like I said, it's a convoy of about 50 cars moving at very high speed, and there are people also with motorbikes. Others are wheeling on the side of the road. So police are basically trying to maintain some sort of clear ways for the procession to make its way, and ensuring that no incidences are reported in terms of someone maybe jumping in front of a vehicle or something of that sort. But then the people lining up the road are carrying leaves, wailing according to Luo traditional culture, where one is supposed to wail for and mourn for the dead. So that is the march that we have gathered so far. We're still in the procession. The procession is right behind us. So we will see the pace at which this procession moves at. But then as it stands, we are already behind schedule because the body was supposed to leave the airport at by 8 a.m. We left at around 9:30 thereabout. So we will wait to see if the program will be followed strictly, like they said that they were supposed to have a very brief mass where only a select people will be speaking. So, of course, we will be seeing if that program will be followed as it is because we are already running behind schedule, Yvonne.
Thank you for that update, Laura Otieno, who's following this convoy that left an hour and a half later than scheduled, but still making its way. Change of route, obviously. Two routes to Siaya, but picking one over the other due to the type of road, narrow road. They want to pick the one that can accommodate all of them. John, that's interesting with this convoy now. This is now the typical, right?
Yes.
The military vehicles flanking either side.
Yes, and the outriders in a sort of triangular formation around the hearse. And you will see, like I said, a very dynamic sort of adjustment of posture based on the weather conditions, the road. Even the speed now, you notice, is moderated. There's a crowd there and paying their respects.
And just to be clear, I mean, the minivan at the back, the white minivan, could possibly be carrying the family.
Always carrying the family behind the hearse.
Okay.
And you will notice even they are being protected just like the hearse.
Right.
And when there was a crowd control situation, you did notice the military police run or rather accelerate to, to circularly surround them as the principal protectee for this particular detail. And you'll notice it's a large convoy now from this perspective if you look, in retrospect.
All the way to the back.
Yes. And they are managing that for the entire convoy. So it's quite a dynamic sort of traffic management and as well as security management situation, and they're doing it, fabulously.
Yeah. And so this is what we see now as we're headed to the Senator Ogolla Primary School, where that funeral service will be underway. The Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, the Republic of Kenya, President William Ruto, will also be in attendance, as will be other senior dignitaries, both from in the country and beyond, are expected to attend this burial. Let's take a look at what is happening there in terms of who's arrived and what that venue looks like right now. Nimrod Tabu at the Senator Ogolla Primary School. So, Nimrod, any more? But before we get to that, we can see quite a bit of crowd control in play at the Kisii and Bonda Road with some children who were almost getting in the way of the convoy. Okay, sorry, Nimrod, let's get back to you. Which other notable names and faces have you seen arrive? How is that looking? Are they ready for this convoy that is coming their way?
Well, it's quite difficult to get the names, especially of the generals who are representing different nations who are here. But I can say I've seen a couple of them. I was able to talk to the State House protocol. They're telling me that they've received at least 2 former generals from Malawi and Namibia. They also have, several generals and commanders from the Republic of Uganda and as well Rwanda. And we've seen others from foreign nations. We weren't able to get their their names because, the protocol State House are still, trying to compile the names of those who are available and who've been able to make their way to Nia here at the Senator Obama Kogelo School. Notable names, members of parliament, senators, dignitaries who have been here. I've seen Cabinet Secretary, I've seen the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mheshimiwa Wetangula, who's here. I've seen the CS, Cabinet Secretary for Water, Zachary Njeru, also making his way to the dais. I'm now joined by Senator for Kisumu, Mheshimiwa Tom Ojienda. Mheshimiwa, your feelings today? It's a sad moment for the people of this republic and especially the people of this region.
It's a sad moment, Nimrod, extremely sad for the region and for the country. The loss of KDF Ogolla is painful, not just because of a young person, but because of the manner that it occurred. It is not every day that you lose your life in a crash. And so we are here to mourn and to dignify this hero of this country so that we give him a befitting send-off. And that's why our leaders are here. And I think for me it pains me even more because he was a brother-in-law. So I come here in two capacities. And I think we're here to just mourn with a heavy heart.
Because of that close relationship, I know this would have been a wonderful weekend for him and indeed some of the leaders, like yourselves perhaps, who would have joined him in a couple of celebrations, either in Kisumu or even here in Siaya.
Yeah, we were at home yesterday with his father. And essentially celebrating his 100th birthday. The intention was that there would be a birthday celebration yesterday, and today there would be a service to consecrate the church that he built. And sadly, we are now mourning and burying him today. Very, very sad indeed, Nimrod.
I know this is a bit fast, and especially because the government is also obeying the wishes of the family that he be buried within 72 hours. Are there any plans within, the leadership of the Luo Nyanza,
I'm sorry to cut into that conversation Nimrod Tabo is having, but just to tell you what's happening on your screens, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, and the Commander-in-Chief has arrived there with the First Lady, Madam Rachel Ruto. You can see him flanked by the area MP Samuel Atandi, as well as the PS for Internal Security, Dr. Raymond Omolo. He has now arrived at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. We have now seen that arrival, and that tells you, together with the pictures that we're showing you of the procession to this venue, that any time now this final flight will be landing there. So I'm sorry to cut in. Let's just go back to Nimrod Tabo, who's speaking with various dignitaries that have also arrived.
Positions. But I think it takes a lot of humility, a lot of effort, a lot of hard work to grow and to move to be at a level where you can be appointed as CDF. I know that many in ranks, the ones who are close to the appointment, I think under the Tonje rules, are not from this region. But we hope and pray that those in the lower ranks should emulate CDF Ogolla, work hard, rise to a level where they can make it to CDF eventually. I think you can imagine leading troops both at sea for the Navy, both in the air for the Air Force, and the landed forces. It is not a mean task. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as you saw, the convoy of the President, Dr.
Nimrod Tabo, who's live there speaking with the Senator for Kisumu County, Professor Tom Ojienda, and he tells us senators, members of National Assembly, the Speaker of National Assembly, cabinet secretaries are all in attendance. We've got former generals from Namibia, from Malawi, Uganda, Rwanda. We've also got senior military dignitaries from the United States and Britain who are also present. And most notably now, the President of the Republic of Kenya has arrived at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School. The schedule is running slightly behind, but who's counting the days and the hours of the final flight of the Chief of Defense Forces? Obviously, the military will be keen to make sure that everything runs precision according to the plan and in time. But such things happen on a final flight and a final journey for this. And from what we understand, the military officials are trying to, sort of make up for time with that procession that is now on its way, hopefully not too far from Siaya County at this moment in time. A day when it has rained overnight and possibly through the morning, for a ceremony that is about to begin immediately. This arrives, of course, to make up for lost time. A bit of changes were made to the program. The church has now been skipped from that in terms of arrival of the remains of the late CDF there, and it goes straight to this venue that you see on your screen. Here we shall have the funeral service. We shall see tributes from family and friends in the church and the government as well as a short sermon. That will now close, and that will be the end of it for members of the public who are watching all of this live. And now the military burial rites and interment, of course, taking greatly into account the family's wishes as well, will take place in a private ceremony. Of which we have explained a few of the ceremonies there. It is a military affair. He will be accorded the 19-gun salute, which is befitting for a 4-star general of his ranking and stature. That ceremony will be private, respecting the wishes of the family. John Kinuthia, leadership and security analyst, still with me. You were saying there's a few words that we seem to hear over and over in describing the late general.
Yes. So you just had, the speaker said, and it's being said over and over, the first word you always hear first is humility.
Right.
We just talked about it here. He was a very humble man, a humble servant, and even with his authority and very high profile and, the dignity of his office as a dignitary and just the very high ranking as a top military official, he still maintained that servant leadership and humility. Second one you hear is hard work, or hardworking. And it's just...
And he was a clever man by, what we see, his studies, first-class honors in his degree, master's degrees.
Yes.
I mean,
many postgraduate studies.
Yes.
And yet he still kept it humble, he still kept it, personable. You were talking about, I noticed there are 4 flags. There's a Kenyan flag and the East Africa Community flag in the middle, and then the presidential colors and the military colors on either end. But again, like you had mentioned before, people talking about his personable nature and not expecting, to be dealing with a CDF at his level, coming to meet them and, according them, VIP visitor status at the barracks. He was a humble man. And the last one we see was just, like I said, the personable nature. You were talking about the events planned for this weekend. That just shows you, he used to actually take time. The churches saying what he had planned with them, the family saying what they had planned together with the birthday and the daughter celebration, the centennial celebration.
And this is a busy man.
He is a very busy CDF. And with very serious responsibility. He makes time
for family,
for the community, for church, and for other people in the nation. So he was a special man. On a personal note, it's something to reflect upon.
Absolutely. I mean, we all think we're very busy. Yeah, we're all very busy. But as you can see from the life of the late CDF, it is possible.
You can still make time.
It is possible.
For family and for friends and for community, for church, and for
and for the things outside of your work that also define you. I mean, there was also something you said a little earlier about him having depth, and perhaps that's something we should all aspire to, even as we reflect on the life of the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla.
Absolutely.
There was something, and maybe once we get that shot once again, but that you had made, that we should pay attention to. So there will be 4 flags, at this venue. So tell us what these flags are. But before we can do that, John, please hold on for a moment.
Sure.
Let's listen to the events here as we see the First Lady of the Republic seated and settled and getting ready for this ceremony.
All Saints Cathedral, and also the Bishop Ordinary to the Kenya Defense Forces, the Most Reverend Dr. Jackson Ole Sapit. We also have with us the Bishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya, the Diocese of Bondo, the Right Reverend Dr. David Kodia. We also have with us the Bishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya, Maseno West, the Right Reverend C.S. John Mark Haungu Godia. Also part of the clergy for the ceremony today is the Archbishop Emeritus Habakuku Onyango Abongo, with the Church of Christ in Africa. We also have the chaplaincy from the Kenya Forest Service, and leading the team is the Reverend Amos Oledapash. And finally, we have from the State House, Bishop Bernard Njagi. These are members of the clergy who will be leading us in today's ceremony. Shortly, we expect the chief guest, and we will be beginning today's ceremony. Thank you, and most welcome.
Asante sana Meja Hinga kwa matangazo hayo. Ningependa pia kutambua aliyekuwa naibu mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi, Luteni Jenerali Balozi Jona Maina Mwangi, akiwa ameandamana na aliyekuwa kamanda wa jeshi letu la nchi kavu, Luteni Jenerali Balozi Peter Mbogo Njiru, kwa kuweza kufika kwa misa ibada ya mwenda zake siku ya leo. Basi tutarudi studio, lakini kabla turudi studio niweze kumleta mwenzangu aweze kutuletea matangazo yale ambayo tulikuwa tumetangaza kwa lugha ya Dholuo. Karibu mwenzangu.
Thank you so much. Erokamano ahinya ne jodalawa kendo nyikwara mogiajuang mana kaka sebedo ka wadendore nyaka na wachak nyasi maduong' kendo mogik mar wuodwa mane wageno General Francis Ogolla. Ahinya yenauru mondo akaw thuoloni mondo aduok ni erokamano kuom ng'uono kendo kwe kendo horuok mwasebedo godo nyaka ne wachak nyasi ni gokinyi nyaka sani. Imed kwawa ni mondo wabed gi kwe ma wasebedo godo no, ka warwako wuon piny gi family, osiepe, wede kendo jogo duto mobiro yuorowa yuago kendo kowo wuodwa mane wageno General Francis Ogolla. Waduoko ni erokamano kendo wamedo rwakou mondo wamed bedo kanyakla nyaka sama ang' watiek nyasi maduong' ma welo ma konde mopogore opogore obiro mondo konywa yuago kendo kowo wuodwa. Erokamano. Let's continue with humility and patience even as we begin this great celebration of sending off our beloved son, the General Francis Ogolla. Thank you so much. Our studios, back to you for background gospel music. Thank you.
On the fateful day, Chief of the Defense Forces, General Francis works at the institution done by the Kenya Defense Forces troops. He later went to Kainuk Forward Operating Base in Turkana County, where he addressed troops before proceeding to Cap Tuilel Secondary School for the launch of renovation works of 5 schools.
Okay. So nishike hivi, alafu hivi, alafu
It was on his way from the Cap to Ilel Secondary School to the Recruits Training School in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, that the tragic accident occurred.
The last journey of our beloved General Francis Ogolla, we still wish to recognize and acknowledge the presence of all leaders, national leaders, the county leaders, the leadership from all sectors that are represented here, who are here to help us mourn our beloved son and the General. We also wish, in addition, to acknowledge and recognize the presence of the RC Thank you. We recognize the presence of our RC Nyanza, Madam Flora Moroa, who's been running up and down to ensure that this venue is set up, everything is seamless today, even as we are doing this great ceremony. Wageno kendo waneno jite moseyuorowa mondo konywa kowo kendo ywago wuodwa mane wageno. Waneno ute kendo wamiyo uduong' kuom kao sau makende welo kod osiepe kendo jothurwa moa kuonde mopogore opogore mondo ubi kodwa ubed kodwa achiel uku kodwa kawakowo wuodwa mane wageno. Waduoko nuero kamano kuom bedo gi hoch, the patience, even the humility. Even as we are mourning, we have been very quiet and patient waiting for the day to begin. Thank you so much, our studios. Let's continue having the background music. Asanteni.
As we test our sound, just as I mentioned, when we finish the internship here or the service here, kindly note only designated mourners will be allowed to go to the homestead. Only designated mourners will be allowed to go to the homestead. The rest of us, we are requesting we stay here and we'll live stream on the screens in front of us. So please, let's follow this so that we will be able to do this smoothly. Only designated mourners will be allowed to the homestead. The space is very, very restrictive. And so far, we have already briefed those who are going to be proceeding to the homestead. It's also a request from the family. So kindly let's honor that request, that we'll remain here unless you have been briefed and given the procedure of how you proceed to the homestead. Only designated mourners are going to be allowed to proceed to the homestead. So if you have not received that brief, we kindly request when we finish, at the point we are exiting, that we remain here as it will be live streamed from the screens in front of us. I cannot overemphasize that so that we'll have some form of order. Only if you have been briefed that you will proceed to the homestead, I kindly request that we'll remain here to follow the proceedings. Would like to just have some background music as we also continue to recognize the leaders that are here with us to stand together as we mourn the fallen general. Studio, let's have some music.
At one point, police actually had to remove a group of youth who had lined up on the road, basically demanding to be allowed to at least mourn around the body. As you can see, the house is just about 100 meters behind us. Right now, there's more heightened security. There are outriders in the front and at the back, and also some military personnel guarding each side of the house, basically trying to ensure that nobody jumps on the road. So we are about 30 minutes maybe at most to get to the place where the Ruko Mass will be held. So we are now at the home stretch, Yvonne, and you can even feel the air. I mean, people, we saw a man literally crying on the side of the road. You know, there are women, there are children, all of them coming to witness what they say is something that would be rather historic in as much as it is tragic. They're also coming to bid farewell to one of the men who would be considered heroes within the Luo community. So we're waiting to see really what will happen, if the Teroburu ceremony really will happen, because ideally yesterday the burial committee had said that it will be a hybrid. So we will see if that happens, because naturally how it occurs, Yvonne, is that once we get there, then there should be someone, ideally maybe a family member or another prominent person, for example, who would drive a herd of cattle into the place where the mass will be held. And then that herd of cattle will be driven away, and that cloud of dust would signify the spirit of death, sort of like leaving that place. So we really don't know if the spirit.
Thank you, Laura Otieno. Before I just recap that, we see the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, also arriving at Tingia. Apologies for Laura's signal. It is intermittent. She is on the road, literally traveling with that convoy that we understand is now 30 minutes away from Ngia. They've passed the Coleño market, which is sort of the last shopping center area before you get into Siaya proper, into Ndori. Laura is there mentioning, the traditional Teroburu rites. I see a tweet, and this was yesterday, from Senator James Orengo, who says they conducted that Luo traditional ritual Teroburu that was done yesterday, and so today will obviously be this that's happening here. So about half an hour or less from Ngia, we see cabinet secretaries who are there. John, maybe you can, just talk to us about what's happening now. Like we were hearing from Laura, of course, as they get closer, you find that there's more crowds, because this is now literally his home county.
His home ground, yes.
Yes, that plus what we're seeing now with various arms of the military in full force, in full display.
So, like Laura mentioned, you'll notice now the security forces becoming more proactive in managing the restraint in how they are managing the crowds, and they are to be commended for that. Tactically, it's very difficult to achieve that.
And like you said, this would slow down the funeral procession and the convoy somewhat. And obviously, like you were saying, you have to manage the risk of, not causing an accident with the people, but at the same time respecting
their desire to mourn and express themselves in grief.
Right.
So this balancing act, you'll see it throughout the day. The balancing of the cultural and traditional and the Christian and the military and the state function parts of it, all gelled together with masterful protocol management by the protocol team. And even on the road right now, I mean, those dynamic situations inside that vehicle at the very front is, the commander who's in charge of that particular convoy from a military police perspective. And they're doing a lot of management, both traffic management, crowd management, security management. They're managing the speed and posture and who's, at the front and who takes the lead, the outriders and the military police by the side. It's not an easy affair. So throughout the day, now to your other point, you will see, a multidisciplinary, multi-agency, security management of a kind that you cannot see. Right now you can see in ceremonial uniform, the Army, the Air Force and the Navy personnel will be doing the formal military honors part of the ceremony. So there'll be a gelling of all those. So it's not an easy feat. Plus balancing the security of all the dignitaries.
Yes, and I was going to talk about that. I mean, the security level at a function such as this must be unprecedented. What would that, ideally look like? You've got a head of state who's a commander-in-chief, you've got senior military officials, you've got international dignitaries. That must be quite something.
And so he had multiple roles. For example, one of his roles was he was a primary advisor to the National Security
Council. Yes.
And he's still KDF, CDF. He's a senior military leader as well as a public figure, a state senior figure. So what you will see today is the highest possible posture from a security point of view. The security posture puts in place several considerations. Number one, the head of state and the commander-in-chief of the Kenya Defence Forces is in attendance. All the military commanders of all the formations, the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy, and not just local, which means the Kenyan commanders, but like we saw earlier, foreign commanders who've come as VIP dignitaries. There'll be political, actually, the chain of ascension in terms from the presidency, the next in line, they're all here.
Yes.
So you've seen the speaker,
right.
So just the number and the seniority of dignitaries present, plus the foreign dignitaries, plus the military command, calls for the highest security posture possible.
All right, John, we just saw a brief image of the flags that are present.
Yes.
So there's 4 flags that are hoisted up here.
Yes.
Which ones are those?
So there'll be the Kenyan flag, there'll be the East Africa Community flag, there'll be the presidential colors when the commander-in-chief is present, and then there's the military colors as well. So that again talks to the multi-layer nature of the state function, and it also is symbolic of just the height of the event. Remember, this is a commander or chief of defense forces who died in office. So you will see a lot reflecting that.
Yeah, a lot of military symbolism everywhere.
Exactly, exactly, yes.
All right, okay. And that is the interesting thing that is happening, to just remind our viewers and bring them up to date of where we are. The convoy left the Kisumu International Airport around 9:30, now making its way to Ng'ia village. From what we're told, it should be arriving in Ng'ia in perhaps now less than half an hour. They're now at Akala, we're told, which is not too far, heading to Ndori. So from Kolenyo to Akala to Ndori, that's the journey we've seen so far. And then hopefully last stop of this final flight is Ng'ia, which is in Alego Songa sub-county and in the county of Siaya. Once they arrive, that procession will take place already. The president has already arrived, as have other dignitaries, including cabinet secretaries, senators, members of National Assembly. The Speaker of the National Assembly also present here. Once that funeral service gets underway and is complete, it'll only be designated mourners from that event that will proceed to the burial site for what will now be the final interment of the late Chief of Defense Forces. We've heard the words humble, hardworking, simple. We heard from his son yesterday, who said, all of this that you see, the military outriders and, all of this security protocol was something that he just saw as a tool of trade for him, but not necessarily something he embraced and thought, look at me, I'm the Chief of Defense Forces. These were sort of necessary tools for his work, but not things that he took on quite seriously. In that hearse is perhaps one of the most simple coffins that we have seen for a person befitting this stature. We are informed from what the son said yesterday, it's a coffin costing 6,800, simple wood, no finishing of the same.
Yes.
And it is for the simple reason that he will not be buried in that coffin. He will be wrapped in cloth, he will be swaddled in cloth, and laid to rest in his final resting place. All of these arrangements that he had made and requested and asked for, and he said he didn't want undue expense and stress for his family that he is leaving behind. I dare say it's the ultimate show of love and respect for those that you leave behind, to ensure that your passing is as simple for them as it possibly can be. Like you were telling us, John, this is still a full military affair, right?
It is.
So we will see the full military honors, the 19-gun salute. Take us a little bit through what we will see after this process is finished. The reveal, which is the wake-up call, the last minute, the minute of silence and the last post. Just remind us of all of this once again as to why this is important.
Just to preamble what you initially said, the hallmark of a great leader is the ability to understand that even with such authority and seniority as he commanded, like you very well articulated it, and like the son said, he shied away from the excesses of formality and other sort of perks and just a lot that goes with his high office.
The trimmings and everything that comes with this office.
Yes, and really the trappings of power, to be personable, to be humble, to be simple, to be very empathetic. You talked about going to the extent of the forethought and the prudence to think about his family even after his demise, so that he wants to make sure that,
Yeah, sorry, just hold on. We see the Deputy President of the Republic, Rigathi Gachagua, flanked by the Cabinet Secretary of Defense, Aden Duale, arriving there. So all of this just shows you, plus the convoy that's making its way there, now perhaps 20 minutes or less from this venue. But yes, you were saying about a simple man,
yes,
not affected by the trappings of power.
And that's a hallmark of a great leader, the ability to be a servant leader, the ability to remain personable, the ability to make sure you maintain an open door policy, so that any one of the people below you, your subordinates, your peers, can actually come and approach you. The ability to connect with community, with family, with people. You mentioned people who are just going to ask for a venue. You don't expect to be going to ask for a venue
from the CDF.
Yes, and then the CDF accords you VIP visitor status and personally takes time to listen. One of the greatest hallmarks of a great leader is the ability to listen, because when you listen and then add empathy, you create a rapport and a connection that they will remember for the rest of their life, and they're talking about it too.
And even with that one, Leonard Idao did say on Twitter that he called them on the day of the event.
The event, yes.
Which he didn't need to.
He didn't.
I mean, I've done it. I've given you the venue. I've given you my military officers who will accord you, the necessary support. But on the day, he called them. He wished them well. He called them after to see how it went. And he sent his people.
Yes.
Right.
So he symbolizes what a great leader should be: approachable, personable, humble, simple, yet hardworking and so diligent, so that that still didn't affect any of his duties. He still performed them with diligence and excellence.
Yeah. John, I want to update our viewers on the new image that we are showing you. This is still near, but this is right outside the burial site for the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla. It is right behind this wall that we understand the graveside is, which the family of respect have asked for some privacy around this area, but just behind this wall is where he shall finally be laid to rest sometime this afternoon. And like we said, it won't be in a coffin. It will be simple. I mean, it really is, if you are a believer of faith, it is from him we come and to him we return. And we usually come into this earth very simply, as we are. And he will seemingly be going back as simply as he came into this world in February. That is specifically on the 12th of February 1962. Now, on this 21st day of April 2024, he will go back to that resting place.
And the purposeful nature of how he did it, that it's by design. He intended it. He took time to write it
Which,
down.
John, is not typically African, huh?
Very rare. Very, very rare. Even
It's,
saying
usually if you make all these arrangements, it's considered a bad omen. And we've seen a few prominent Kenyans who've done it. But, he obviously, as a military officer, faced death and mortality perhaps more than the rest of us?
Absolutely. He was a fighter jet pilot, an ace pilot at that. If you read his history, he actually grew through the ranks, and yes, he did face mortality more than your typical average Kenyan citizen, and even more than your typical average soldier. People don't think about it, but air transport, just by its nature, the risks that you face just by flying.
John, that statement couldn't be more significant at this moment. Like you say, air travel is fairly dangerous, and we have proven that.
Exactly, and now his kind of air travel was his career. He was a fighter pilot.
He was in the air a lot.
Yes, so I have a close friend, Colonel Ismail Guhad Nur, who was, very close to him, both in their early days in their training, and then they became trainers, and then they became senior officers, and they will tell stories, personable stories, of just a man who, despite all of that, remained so humble and so approachable and so personable, so that when you are in his presence, you could almost forget he was the Chief of Defense Forces.
That's right. There was something we were saying about his voice. We will come back to that, because I think that's, at least for me, fairly significant. But we do know that the convoy is now very, very close to Nia. They are just about to arrive. And that is what we are showing you on the left-hand side of your screen. The burial site, that's the home, and so it is there that he will be finally laid to rest. On the other side of your screen is the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School, where that funeral service is being held. So John, stay with me. I'll probably keep interrupting and interjecting. Once we see the arrival of that convoy at the school and for it to begin. So John, we were talking about his voice. I mean, to be fair, maybe there's many of us who didn't get to hear his voice until now. I mean, he did one media interview, I believe. But just hang on a moment. You can see that there is there is a landing site for aircraft, which is where some of the dignitaries are arriving from. There's a bit of a traffic holdup here, so I'm not quite sure what this is. Maybe this is dignitaries who are arriving. The convoy is still some ways out. Once we get the shot of that, we will let you know. But there's obviously very many dignitaries who are arriving, so you can imagine, you know, sort of the traffic holdup. So waiting, as soon as we get that, we will let you know. We were saying, John, so I don't know, and obviously maybe this is a stereotype, right? That we imagine a man of the stature of a loud, booming voice.
Very macho.
Yes. But his wasn't.
Very soft-spoken.
Yeah.
Very humble. You know, you can detect the spirit of the man through how they express themselves. So his was simple, almost a quiet, still voice. I would characterize it as, yes, I would characterize it as graceful, but yet commanding all the authority, all the respect, all the dignity of that office, and it didn't affect the man. It didn't get to him like it gets to many people when the trappings of power are mixed with, you know, personality. But he remained humble. He remained approachable, simple, and in that voice you hear the grace and the soft spoken, you know, a sweet sound.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. So on your screens, we're seeing State House officials, DOD and military officials as well, managing protocol issues. This is at the Senator Obama Kogelo Primary School in Nia, in Alego Usonga Sub-County, Siaya County, which is where the procession now is. It has arrived in Siaya County, and now very, very soon it should be making its way to this venue for the final service before he is laid to rest. A reminder that there will be another memorial service that takes place next week, or this week, because it's Sunday, this week, Friday. That's 5 days from now, but this is it. Today, just 72 hours after that chopper crash that took place at round about 25 minutes after 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon. And on this day, which is 62 years after he was born, he just celebrated his 62nd birthday on the 12th of February. And was just 10 days shy of his first anniversary at the helm of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya. And today, he makes his final trip, and what we here at Citizen TV are calling his final flight. 62 years after he was born, he now makes his final flight back home. Who would have thought 62 years ago that this would have been his life? Illustrious career, to say the least.
It's amazing. I talked earlier about watching a video of, I believe they were American fighter pilots, and he was in his demeanor, he was smiling a lot, and he was putting his gear and gearing up for a flight. And they mentioned that you know, he would be Kenya's ace pilot. And I'm sure if those gentlemen, and perhaps there are some of the foreign you know, commanders that we saw in attendance, his friends from a professional point of view, and they would never have imagined he would rise to not only become that Kenyan ace pilot, the cream of the best really, but the Air Force commander, and then now the Chief of Defense Forces of you know, the Kenya Defense Forces. So to your point, when a child is born, nobody can really you know,
no one can predict. I mean, his father, who's 100 now, I'm sure, you know, it's an interesting one. So the convoy branched from the main road, and the last we heard, it was in passing Ndori. Ndori is quite the historic area. Because, you know, it is the area of the Obamas, the generals. Raila Odinga comes from the same general area. And this is now where he finally goes to rest in Nia. in that village there. As soon as we get pictures of where that convoy is from, or rather where it is at this point, we will show that to you. Now, this is typically what we do for one of our own as Kenyans. You have Boda Boda outriders.
Yes.
Those are not the military outriders.
Yes.
But these are the community outriders.
These are community outriders.
And this is how Kenyans celebrate. I mean, you will see this on just about any road in this country.
Yes.
Let's listen to what's happening here. We're coming to the close of our commentary and this official start of the program. John, you were looking at those outriders.
Yes.
How many do you estimate?
Just from the length we were watching the video, and it was a continuous stream, there were, you know, in the approximate region of 1,000. You can see from those images.
Yeah.
Those are very many people. And to your earlier point about the community, the local community expressing their love and affection for this dignitary, and then on the flip side, balancing that with the complexities of security management and traffic management and all that, it's quite the, you know, the challenge for the security forces. Yet at the same time, it is a befitting tribute to a man who was beloved by his community and how he interacted with that community. The two-way sort of look at that. You can tell
that's
the
numbers. Huge.
Yes.
So this is likely, you know, as we're getting closer and closer. Just to advise our viewers, we are going to end our commentary and allow you to follow that once it begins. That is happening very, very soon, very, very shortly. But, you know, this is, we've said, I think, a couple of words: unprecedented, historic, yet tragic for a day like this. You know, so what happens now? What are some of the reflections that we should be thinking about in your view?
Sure. When you, from a leadership point of view, when you're reflecting, you reflect past, present, and future. The past, we are honoring a man who throughout his career has maintained a very personable, very humble, and very social and approachable demeanor personally, yet such excellence in his work that he was able to rise through the ranks to become the head of the defense forces, the chief of defense forces for the KDF, and you know, the highest ranked military official. The military is strict on merit, and nobody gets to that level who has not earned it. So he, despite his humble stature and very personable and simple demeanor, he still was excellent at his work, so that he earned the meritorious you know, ascension to the top of the defense forces. Yet all that did not overwhelm the man he was, the personable man he was, the interaction with the community, the friendly nature. You had the church leaders, the community leaders, the politicians, everybody is talking the same.
Yeah.
In terms
and
of,
just, sorry, just hold that, because you can see Prime Cabinet Secretary receiving foreign, what appear to be foreign dignitaries Of course, the cabinet secretary is deployed in that respect on that particular duty.
Sure.
Doing that, and you can see a lot more movement now, and that
Yes.
tells you that we are coming closer and closer to the time.
Yes.
So you were talking about the reflection of past, present, and
so
future.
coming to the present,
Yeah.
It's really sad and tragic, and again, condolences to the family, the friends, and the Kenya Defence Forces family, as well as the nation, for losing such a hero, a gallant warrior, and a leader of repute who was really outstanding and excellent, and we rarely want to use the word perfect, but almost approached his work with that perfection and discipline and excellence. We are honoring a great leader, both from a military as well as just a national point of view. And today is really a sad day, that he is being laid to rest. We noted that he expressed in his will the desire to be laid to rest within 72 hours. Again, talking to his nature, he does know that his office and his seniority would give him a longer period in terms of state mourning, state functions, the ceremonial aspects of it. He wanted the simplest and the fastest, and just keep it simple. Now, in terms of the future after this, there'll be the event on Friday, which will memorialize him in a special way. And then after that, when all the events around laying him to rest, paying tribute to him, and respecting and honoring the man and the warrior and the soldier and the leader and the commander, the chief of defense forces he was, then there will be matters of ascension. So the Tonja rules as were crafted by the still living General Daudi Tonje, and those stipulate, which by the way led to General Ogolla's ascension. They usually rotate from the army and then the air force and then the navy, so there'll be that process of ascension and naming the next CDF, and sort of that transition to that new leadership.
Yeah, but
and
that is the future,
course,
and what we understand though is there is no vacuum.
There is no vacuum within the military. There's already somebody acting in that role.
Yeah, the Vice Chief of Defense Forces, naturally takes that up, and all the subsequent positions are filled.
Absolutely.
And I think that just serves to assure the country that there is no vacuum in any respect.
Yes, and then
in the lead up to that. Sorry, just a moment. We're seeing opposition leaders. Is Kalonzo Musyoka, let me put on my glasses, yes. Kalonzo Musyoka, who's arriving there from the Wiper Party, flanked by leaders from his party as well. I believe we spotted Martha Karua from Narc Kenya, also from the Azimio Coalition, present as well. There is something interesting about, so you notice we're not showing the convoy, and you were saying something about they could take a different route. They could change that. So tell us, these are things, and there could be certain aspects that we members of the public will not be privy to, right?
Yes. So I was finishing a last point saying, also in the future will be the investigation, and hopefully it will be expedited, so that not only would the cause and other surrounding circumstances be established, but a way forward that is in the form of recommendation, so that this does not happen again, losing not just, it's a terrible tragedy to lose any soldier or any member of the disciplined forces or anybody in their line of duty, but especially the CDF. So there will be that aspect, and managing that aspect will be very important, so that it is it is clear to the public, this is what happened, this is what we're going to do to make sure it will not happen again. Now to your point, the closer they get to this venue, it becomes now very tactical, which means they will employ whatever means are necessary. If the security agencies on the ground do communicate, this particular area would be almost impassable because of the sheer numbers of members of the public. In terms of traffic, you saw the border riders, the pedestrians, the vehicles and public transport and all that, and the roads are narrow. They may advise, hey, let's take a different route. That is usually at the discretion of the commander for the military police, who's at the head of the convoy. And then you'll notice now information becoming more scant, because you don't want to compromise the security posture by, showing too much. So that sort of balance between this very heightened state of security on one point, and then on the other side, honoring and allowing people to honor and grieve and mourn the passing on of a great leader.
Yeah, sure. And that just explains, as soon as we get more information, we will share that. But yes, and you notice that detour, or what would have imagined from the typical route, happened just as they got much closer. Like you say, now they get to Ngia village and there's more people, naturally, community members, neighbors, village members now,
And we talked about the dynamic way in which they make decisions on the go as they go. So they do assess, and they do it in proactively, and they manage both the traffic aspects but also the security aspects of it, to make sure there's no interruption, to make sure crowd control doesn't become an issue, to make sure traffic control doesn't become an issue, and most importantly, to balance the mourners' need to express their grief with the need to get this convoy to its destination. That's the objective. The military works by objectives, so they need to get to that particular objective in the most efficient manner, in the best time, and ensuring the safety. There is the family and everybody else in the convoy. They need to be secured, so ensuring the safety and security of the same. So balancing those priorities may look simple, but it's especially in this kind of a very complex scenario, it's quite a tough job, and all the layers of security are working together in a multidisciplinary, multi-agency format to ensure that is done with precision.
It's interesting that you mentioned, the security that is present here. On only very few occasions.
Yes.
Do you want to comment on what we're seeing?
Yeah, here it comes. So now you notice there's the outrider who is instructing people on what to do.
Yeah.
And then there will be now more vehicles. You notice now they've added a uniformed police vehicle.
Yes.
The one right behind the media. And then there's the civilian vehicle that we were saying, though it has a siren on top, carrying security people who are managing that security situation. And then there's a commander, in the right behind the police vehicle, the military police commander who's in charge of this convoy and who's making decisions actively. And then behind that now you will see what we were saying before.
Yes.
The hearse, and it's flanked on both sides by military police and the outriders. And then they still allow the media to take, shots. You can see the media vehicle there.
Yeah. There was a moment though we,
yes, you
couldn't quite give our viewers this picture.
Exactly.
And it speaks to what you were saying earlier. It was, okay. So I'm told it was taken to the Tomboya Foundation for a brief, was it a brief viewing? For his father to be able to view.
Pay his respects.
And pay his last respects to this. Remember, his father's 100 years old.
He is.
Marked that last year. So, yesterday.
Yes.
So here's, as you can see that now, just making its way. Now this is, really in the heart of
his homeland.
Of his homeland. And there's the interesting things we're saying about the security formations. There's very few times that the president and the head of state arrives earlier than everybody else.
It's funny you say that, because I did notice protocol usually dictates that
the president arrives last.
The head of state, and especially in the military context, the commander-in-chief should be the last person to arrive. So look at that. Look at the interaction.
Crowd control, right?
So
this will be tricky.
This is tricky, yeah. It will be, balancing sensitivity of the local community and the need to express their emotions and sentiments and mourn the leader, yet secure both the convoy, the family, the hearse carrying.
Let's listen to them, John.
By all means.
We endeavor to give you a natural look and feel and to hear what is being expressed by the residents there. So we'll try and go back and just allow them to hear that. But chief guest is the late general.
Absolutely. And what the president and other dignitaries will be in a holding area. The convoy arrives. But the main point to your point is that, yes, this is his day. This is when you honor the Chief of Defense Forces as the chief guest. And from a military perspective, which is why they play those two bugles we talked about that signify the start and the end of duty. Today really is the end of his duty, so it's very
his last post.
Yes, his last post, and that is big. You can see the KDF, the military band, getting ready and signifying the nature of his.
And they're in full ceremonial gear, right?
Absolutely,
from top to bottom.
Absolutely. Remember, when he ascended now as to the Chief of Defense Forces, now you don't just see the Air Force, which was his particular background, but now you see the Army, you see the Air Force, you see the Navy, and you will see absolutely full military honors and a level of respect that will rarely be seen, because again, this is the first time we are burying a CDF who passed away when he was still in office.
And that's interesting. So that detour also that was taken, just as a reminder, you noticed there was a moment, we showed you the convoy pretty much from Kisumu International Airport all the way. There was one moment that we didn't, and that, just to recap for our viewers, was the body was taken to the Tom Mboya Foundation, where the late general's father could pay his last respects to his son. Local leaders in full swing here. Samuel Atandi, who's the Alego Songa Member of Parliament. Silvana Sosoro, we see there, Cabinet Secretary for ICT, as well as PS for Ministry of Defense, if I'm not wrong as well. Yes, so as you can see, this movement and this exit from the main dais and the tent outwards tells you that they're probably getting even closer today. And the security here must be something else, because to have the president and other dignitaries seated in a venue such as this before the official ceremony begins just tells you, that
you can see the posture, you can see the regular police, you can see the general
military
service
as well.
units, Wrecker Squad, you can see the military police as well. Think about it this way: all the top military commanders
are here.
The entire chain of command is here.
Including the commander-in-chief.
Including the commander-in-chief. The civilian leadership, the commander-in-chief, the CS for defense, their deputies, and everybody
Cabinet
else is here.
secretaries.
That is huge. Typically you don't have everybody in one place at one time, so the security will be certainly top level and very intricate to manage.
Yeah, that's right. Let's listen. Just as we get that, it's the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Majority Leader of both houses, the Speaker of the National Assembly, all of them making their way out to go and receive the chief guest of this final journey and final flight.
There you go.
Of that. His father has paid his final respects, and now this begins. Of course, after this will be the private burial ceremony, which will have the first wake-up call, the reveal, the minute of silence, the last post. And once again today, ladies and gentlemen, we will witness the 19-gun salute as he is laid to rest, finally, in his homestead. And so this begins. And once this does, then, you know, we will sign out here and allow you to follow those proceedings. He should be laid to rest, if all of this goes well, by sometime early afternoon. That funeral service should be precise. You know, military precision. We expect nothing less. The consecration of the church has already happened. We understand there's senior clergy who are leading this from the Anglican Church, from State House, from the military as well, and they will be leading the mourners through this. We'll once again today hear from the family, we'll hear from friends, we'll hear from government dignitaries. There will be those tributes, and then once again, and probably for the last time, we will hear his eulogy and get to follow the life and times of the man who is soon to be laid to rest. All of the activity that you are seeing on your screens from dignitaries getting themselves seated and properly situated tells you that the convoy is very close by and just about to arrive at this venue, back on the road, and of course ready to begin. And so again, all of these senior government, State House officials making sure that all of this goes right and goes according to plan. That plan is, of course, I want to just take you through the program one more time, is that upon arrival, then this is to begin with the mass recession. We'll have opening prayers, we'll have welcoming remarks, and then we will hear the eulogy and the tributes from family, friends, the church, the military and government. This will be led by the chaplaincy. This is rehearsals, or probably it's not rehearsals, I'm told. Apologies, it is the real thing. This is the Kenya Air Force. Let's listen to this.
important.
We just want to give you a quick note on this. John Kinuthia with me. Explain to us what's happening here as we finish.
So, notice the military has taken over.
Yeah.
So the hearse is surrounded by military personnel, and now they will perform the ceremonial aspects of transferring the body of the late General Ogolla from the hearse to the gun carriage, where that's a ceremonial aspect. So you see now they are lined up to do that,
right?
And this is where you are reminded of the weight and seniority and dignity of his office as the Kenya Defence Forces Chief of Defence Forces.
You also had something to say about who will be by the graveside. How is that
so the last part
determined?
Yes, so that's very private, and how it's determined is the family is asked to generate a list of the closest family members who they will want in attendance, and again, like we say, the family's wishes take precedent, and then the military KDF also has a list of because this is their leader, this is their commander, this is their chief, really, the top military general and the Chief of Defence Forces, and then most importantly, State House protocol now takes all that together and compiles with the presidency, the deputy presidency, the prime cabinet secretary, basically cabinet and the National Security Council. They all generate a list, but that list is very
closely guarded, right?
Yes, and concise, so that only the very few people who need to be there will be there for that private part of the funeral.
And it's balancing everything, military, state, and family.
And family takes precedence. And you had them emphasize that it was the family's wish that last part be private, and then they manage who goes. And they say they have already reached out to those who will be needed there. So if you hadn't been told you are needed there, they'll have live streaming from this particular venue where everybody will be able to participate. You can see that.
And we see there his two children, son and daughter, and in-law, daughter-in-law, and the mother. That is the widow to the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla. So, after this, then all of that takes place. I mean, in 72 hours, they were the first to be notified of the death. We're understanding within an hour of it, they were first notified. In fact, we saw his daughter posting, her quick tribute and message on LinkedIn.
Even before it was
formally announced by the president. Yes. And so you can see that, and we got a rare glimpse of the children, the son.
anthem. The national
anthem.
While standing, allow me to now welcome Canon Reverend Lele to lead us in an opening prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, we want to acknowledge your greatness and that you are mighty in every situation. We pray, Heavenly Father, thanking you that in all circumstances, glory and honor comes back to you. We even want to commit this service before your hands, that, dear Lord, from the onset right to the end, just as it was the wish of your servant General Ogolla, that his life may bring glory to you. May this service, therefore, be acceptable before you, O Lord. For it is in Jesus' name have we prayed. Amen.
Kindly request that we take our seats as we now welcome Bishop to give us the welcoming remarks. Welcome, sir.
Good. I greet you all in Jesus' name. Praise the Lord.
Amen.
May the Lord be with you. Brothers and sisters in the Lord, we are gathered here today and at this moment to lay to rest our departed brother in Christ, General Francis Omondi Ogolla, whom the Lord has called to rest with him. We as believers believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, and those who believe in him, when they rest, they will also rise, and Christ will give them new life. So as we come, we want to welcome you all to this Anglican Diocese of Maseno West, where the departed general was one of us in one of our churches, St. Thomas A.C.K. Nduru. Welcome, even as you join us to lay to rest this departed brother in Christ, a man whom the Lord used in various ways to touch the lives of very many of us in this church. And how I pray that as we go through this service, the Lord will be with you. Find hope, find courage, find strength in the Lord. To the family of our departed brother, we do convey our condolences as a diocese to you and assure you of our prayers always and support where need be. So the Lord bless us as we go through this service. In the name of God the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Back to the MC, even as we proceed with this service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency, the First Lady, Your Excellency, the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mama Eileen and family, the VCDF, service commanders, our visiting delegates, allow me to observe all protocols. Your Excellency, sir, at this point, we would like to have the reading of the eulogy, and I will call Mrs. Dr. Muthoni Rabuku to read for us the eulogy before we proceed to the tributes. So, Mrs. Dr. Muthoni Rabuku, kindly, if you may approach and read for us the eulogy. Welcome.
Your Excellency, my name is Mrs. Muthoni Rabuku, and it's an honor to be able to read the eulogy for our father, the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla. Late General Francis Omondi Ogolla was born on 12 February 1962 in Siaya County. He was enlisted into the Kenya Defense Forces as an officer cadet on the 2nd of May 1984 and commissioned as a second lieutenant on 3rd May 1985, upon which he was posted to Moi Air Base, where he later trained as a pilot. During his career in the Kenya Defense Forces, General Ogolla held several command, staff, and instructional appointments. In command, he was a commanding officer, Laikipia Air Base, Tactical Flight Wing in 2007, and also base commander, Laikipia Air Base from 2008 to 2012. Upon promotion to brigadier on 10th April 2012, he was appointed the Deputy Air Force Commander and later on promoted to Major General on the 13th July 2018 and appointed Commander at Kenya Air Force. On 23rd July 2021, he was also promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General and appointed the Vice Chief of the Defense Forces, a position he held till 28th April 2023, when he was promoted to the rank of General and appointed Chief of the Defense Forces. Due to his dedication to service, the late General Francis Omondi Ogolla was awarded several medals, among them Moran of the Golden Heart MGH, Elder of the Burning Spear, Head of State Commendation, among others. General Francis Omondi Ogolla leaves behind a widow, Mrs. Eileen Kadhambi Ogolla, and two children, Lorna Achieng Omondi and Joel Rabuku Omondi Ogolla. He also leaves behind one daughter-in-law, Muthoni Jengamora, and a grandson by the name of Tajib Bagara. Thank you.
Kali, let's appreciate her with a clap, tafadhali. Thank you, thank you. Next, we'll move to the tributes. And at this point, I would like to invite Professor Fred Were, who will speak on behalf of the friends of the family. Professor Fred Were to speak on behalf of friends of the family. Welcome.
Let me take my breath first. Excellency, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, allow me to say all other protocols observed. So I salute to the primary family, Eileen, Joy, Lorna, and the little one. Michael, both a friend and part family, but bigger friend even than family. I first met the general about 45 years ago when he was a 17-year-old young man battling to go to high school, what we called high school then. I had met him because I was dating his cousin, who is sitting next to me there. So I sort of joined the family from then. I could speak for too long, but I'll just make one short remark about Francis. Francis was dedicated to everything that he did and measured everything that he did as well. Francis and I regularly sat to have a glass of wine or two. He would take one glass when I take 6, because he had control of things better than myself. He would not try to stop me, but he would very controlled. Francis, to his death, never came late for a social meeting, let alone the serious ones that His Excellency would require him. Can I assure you that even the little matters of just going to say hello, he kept his time. So in addition to being the in-law, he was a great friend. I'll just give you one short story of a few words. Some years ago, I was the dean of the School of Medicine, University of Nairobi. Then a gentleman, very well dressed, came and sat outside. I didn't know because I'm inundated with the people's issues. So my secretary came and said, "There's a very well dressed fellow here. Who says he'll wait his time?" I said, "Does he have a student with him?" He said, "No, he's alone." I said, "Okay." Knowing how long it took me with my students primarily, I said, "Let me come and pull out this well-dressed gentleman." It was my brother-in-law, and he had come to plead for one thing, that he is in the Air Force. He's not having enough doctors trained into specialists, pediatricians like me, surgeons. What can I do? I told my brother-in-law, we call it muhwas in my language, the other side, or ora in Kijaluo, that you bring them. The purpose of this national university is to train. And if I love to train for the armed forces, that's the best thing I would do. Permit me to leave it there, because there's a list of people who have a thing or two to say. But I and many others, we have lost a friend indeed, and we accept that that's a destination for all of us. Thank you.
Next, I would like to now call upon Mr. Hezekiah Odur, a brother to the late General, to also give a tribute from the family side. Hezekiah Odur. We can give him a warm clap as he's coming, just to encourage him. Karibu sana.
To His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Canon Hezekiah Odur, the firstborn in the family of General Ogolla. General Ogolla was the fifth-born in the family of Mzee Joel Okech Oyeyo and Mama Damaris Okello. General was a very loving man to the family. And when we received the sad news of General, when we were preparing for the 100 years celebration of our dad, it was very sad indeed. General was a very staunch Christian who loved prayers and read the Bible severally. He did a lot even to his church. He did a lot even to his community. At the moment, General has left a very big gap in our family because he was taking care of our dad, making sure that he gets medication and checkups regularly. He was also making sure that he sent something to the widows who were in his hands. There were over 30 widows. He also made sure that the students who are orphans in the area never missed their education. And he had no love boundaries, regardless of economic background, social or education background of any person. So we thank God for his life. In the book of Matthew 6:33 says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all other things shall be added unto you." He was considering that part, and God added him all that he required. At the moment, he has also left a very young lady, my sister-in-law Eileen. At least some concerns can be made to make sure that her life continues, because her status in life had gone to a certain level, and now General has left some gap. Otherwise, I thank each one of you to condole with us. Have safe journey masses at the end of the function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mrs. Peris Onyango, who is a sister to the General, to also come and speak briefly. And as she is coming also to recognize the presence of some leaders we have Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka in the House. We also have Honorable Martha Karua in the House. Thank you for joining us. Why don't we put our hands together for Mrs. Peris Onyango as she comes to also speak.
Your Excellency, the President of Kenya, the Deputy President, the Church, before I speak, I want to follow the instructions that I was given. I was told that I called, he had already invited him. My work was to facilitate his coming here today. He's called Mr. Sewe, who sings Siso Lawyer Gidala. Can you come up here? So I want him to sing that song before I talk.
His Excellency, Deputy, the Church, praise the Lord. Allow me to sing this song. The studio, be ready. It is a song that I composed, and so I've translated it into 24 languages. In Kikuyu it is Otatwariga, and in Kimasai Ataimeloni. In Kinandi it is Amakinigane Wororiet Tapsayuni. Family, kindly be upstanding. Sauti. Sisoloya gidala dalamba sayun timbe mag pini osina katalwen kenga kataricho butona magawe yoni Yesu el salaba siso dalama sayun timbe mag osina katalwen kenga kataricho butona magawe yoni Yesu el salaba dokoro mona zonje dala koro ere ngimadi kenga katalwen kenga kataricho butona magawe yoni Yesu emsalaba koro ere ngimadi mona donjo edala koro ere ngimadi kenga katalwen mbona yoni Yesu msalaba. Kindly just wave. A hero. Akaparo dalasta yung dalawa mogeno mio an gango enyimpi kata mwandu magbin kata sunga magbin magawe yoni Yesu salaba kaparo dalasta yung dalawa omio an gango enyimpi kata mwandu magbin kata sunga magbin magawe yoni Yesu tokororo ere imani mona donjo edala ere imani genga e kata luen genga kata risho butona magawe yoni Yesu okoro ere imani mona donjo edala koro ere imani genga kata luen genga kata risho butona magawe yoni Yesu Wapendwa wangu, tunasafiri kuelekea mbinguni. Mbinguni ndio kwetu. We are sojourners, we are traveling. Nena winjo duongo achako wuoth mar dhiyo e dala ler kendo rieny dalawa mokwe mano dala gi Yesu ma Ruodha. Nena winjo duongo achako wuoth mar dhiyo e dala ler kendo rieny dalawa o mano dala gi Yesu tokoro tafadhali mikono juu kwa kumpatia Mungu tukufu. Asante Jenerali, amefanya vyema mbele za Mungu. Magawe yoni Yesu msalaba. We are almost there. Ere gimari mona donje dala koro ere gimadi genga e katalwen gang katari shobutona. Great people, we are getting to the last stanza of the song. Allow me to give honor to this great man who loved my song.
Anadwaro teko man kuom Yesu mondalo twenja e piny ka wadakieni piny opong' kod mudho oyuma gi anjao Yesu miya teko mondalo dwaro teko man kuom Yesu mondalo twenja e piny ka
That was my brother's request. Your Excellency, I just want to surprise you that today is our second time of meeting in a podium like this. The first time we met with you, we were invited in Willie Bet and Faith Rono Bet. We went for a koito, and I was talking on behalf of Spiritual Mother for Faith. You talked on behalf of Willie Bet. And I remember I said, we are giving the best, a good lady to bet. And then you said, Mrs. Onyango, we are giving the best man. I'm so happy that they are happily married. Thank you very much. God is good. I want to talk about my brother. Hallelujah. If I shake, don't worry. Number one, I want to bring condolences from my family and I to Irene. Joey, my brother's son. Achieng Nyarowadwa. Achieng is named after me. We were very close with General. So, I just want to talk about General, the qualities the General had. General was a special child in our family. In fact, our mother really loved him more than us. So sometimes we could just prick his head, because he was loved too much. Us, we are being beaten, and him, he was not being beaten. And he followed that. He followed those qualities. My brother is a kind man, loyal man, very dedicated, very committed to everything he does. He did things to perfection. My brother was a good Christian, a servant leader of God. He walked the talk. He did his best in Christian life and life in general. So, I want to tell you the 3 things my brother told me. We used to visit him and he could tell me 1, 2, 3. Number 1, he told me, Perez, a soldier can die anytime. So if I die, I need to be buried within 48 hours. I said, what do you mean? And then he said, Perez, I know you can give them problems, so I'm adding you more hours. Let it be 72 hours. The second thing he told me, I had to write them down so that I don't talk of my own things. The second thing he told me, he took me to the graveside and he told me, this is where I'll be buried when I die. The third thing he told me, when I die after burial, Jeshi to give Mama Chieng money to go for holiday. So Jeshi, you have work to do. Mama Chieng must go on holiday. 3 things. My brother walked with God every single day. I remember we have been organizing for Baba's birthday, and today was Thanksgiving to the church. So we prepared everything. Little did I know, my brother was organizing his death. So, what I want to say, that my brother has fought a good fight. He has won the race. He kept the faith. In Jesus' name.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One more round of applause for her, please. At this point, to speak on behalf of the immediate family of the late General Ogolla, allow me to invite Lorna Achieng Ogolla, who will speak on behalf of the immediate family. And as she's coming, let me also recognize Dr. Doto Mashaka Biteko, Deputy Prime Minister, Tanzania, representing Her Excellency, the President Samia Suluhu. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, friends. I would like to start by inviting one of my dad's friends, Charlene Ruto, Her Excellency. They had a very strong bond over many things, and she asked me to share this spot with her.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed in the interest of time. Our condolences to the family of General Ogolla, Mama Irene, my sisters Achieng and Muthoni, and Brother Joel and all the relatives, not just from me and my siblings, but from the young people of Kenya. Kenya has lost a chief of defense forces, but as young people, we are deeply saddened because we have lost our mentor and our champion. Without a doubt, a very high percentage of our defense forces is made up of young people, but General Ogolla's influence went beyond our young people in the defense forces to those in various leadership positions and fields such as the climate space, sports, health practitioners, and many more. Some messages I have received from the young people. I met him last year, and he spoke so highly of the Africa Youth Climate Assembly and even inquired on how we could mainstream the culture of environmentalism and climate action in the forces. We might still need to do this in his honor. Another one, I am still in disbelief. I read his last text to me a time like now last month, and I just broke down. He truly was our champion. May he rest in peace. Personally, I met General Ogolla only once, but once was enough for me to experience his kindness, his genuine care, and love for the young people, and his determination to support us to succeed. His death has hit my team members and I so hard, because in the fight for youth inclusion, many listen to us, but few encourage, support, advise, guide. General Ogolla was among the few. I really don't know if we'll ever find another one like him, but as young people, in his honor, we aim to live a life like his, of good character, humility, and integrity. May the soul of our mentor and our champion rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlene. Our message will be a two-part message. I will deliver the message to the country, and my brother will come on up and deliver the message for the people of Siaya County and its borders. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a privilege to stand before you today. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, God is good. God is good all the time, and his plans for us are always good. His plans are especially good for those that love him, and my father loved him, and my mother loved him, and I loved him. So even though I cannot make sense of the events that happened this week, I give God praise, and his praise will not leave my lips because he is good. He has seen beyond today, he has seen beyond the next 100 years, and he saw that this was good, so I give thanks. So let us not entirely lose ourselves in the morning. Let us celebrate a life well lived together. Bless the Lord with me. I want to talk about one thing, and one thing only. I had many, but I'll focus on one thing, his pursuit of excellence. I posted about my father for the first time ever. Immediately, Joel confirmed that he was actually dead. He did not like social media. He did not like being in the limelight. He appreciated just doing his work in the silence and not having people talk about it. So not many people knew he was my father, and not many people knew we were related. But I was deeply, deeply, deeply inspired by his work. I'll pause for a second as our brothers take their respects. Thank you, friends. God bless you. So I'll talk about his pursuit of excellence. In the aftermath of my post, I thought I was only posting it to my global team so that people know where I am and why I'm missing for a month or more. And it blew up, and I didn't expect that. But I promised I'd tell stories of his pursuit of excellence, and I'll tell two memorables right here, right now. A couple of people were digging around and asking, how is it that his daughter did all these things? She got her engineering degree from MIT and from Stanford and a business degree from Cambridge. Like, what kind of parent creates and upbrings children like this? And I'm here to share with you the kind of man that raises children like me. And I wish I could talk about Joey, but he likes his privacy even more. He's amazing and super smart as well. Now, parents, if you're wondering, how do I get my child to change not just Kenya, but the world? Live it. Our children learn by how we show up in this world. And people here have stolen my speech because I was going to talk about how he gave 110% to everything. He never needed to tell Joey or I, work hard, read hard, because we saw him. We saw him do it. Even before I was born, he was reading the Bible cover to cover every year. And on hard years, like 2022 was a hard year in our family, he read the Bible cover to cover twice. And there's a competition, and I'm the slowpoke in my family, but because we saw him live it, we were inspired to be it. That's the easiest way to teach your children to change the world. It's not telling them, it is doing. And because he never used to talk about his reading of the Bible, he actually just used to show it. Now, when we talk about his work and his pursuit of excellence, he worked as if he was working for God. He had an audience of one. Anything he was doing, he was working for God and God alone. And we saw it. Let me tell you, this man, when I was already in college and Joey was about to go into college, he went back to university in Nairobi with my peers. I'm not sure about you, but I wouldn't be that humble. I'm not sure I could make it with Gen Z in class. And he was in class with my classmates. Now let me set the stage for you. He's in the parallel program. He's based in Laikipia Air Base. He's commuting between Nanyuki and Nairobi for classes, for exams. And those of you who've been to University of Nairobi know it's not an easy path. And Operation Linda Inchi was fully in session, and he had a lot of responsibilities in Laikipia Air Base across the borders, and this man excelled. He got a first-class honors with my generation. He was in class with my peers. How could I not but be this? I'll tell you another short story. In 2005, he was posted to France. My father does not speak French, or he did not at that point. He had 6 months to learn a new language from scratch because failure was never an option in his mind. Do you know the man learned French? And he had to pass to a certain level for them to accept him. It was Napoleon Bonaparte School, the best military school in France. The man did not know French, but he didn't tell his bosses, I can't do it. He jumped right into it, full energy, and he learned French. Now let me give you a complication. During this period, he swallowed a fish bone. It got lodged in his intestines, and he was hospitalized for close to 2 months. He was my size. When I got out of third form and I went to see him in Armed Forces Memorial, he was my size and I was broken. And here he was, sneaking out of Forces Memorial with my mom to go to Alliance Francaise to take his French exams so that he doesn't disappoint the government of Kenya, even as a junior officer. He made it. He passed that level that was needed. He did his postgraduate diploma, and he made excellent leaders and friends from around the world, which is why he's getting so many messages. He met a lot of them in that school, and they were reaching out to us, and they've been so supportive. Actually, before I forget, Kenya Defense Forces, you all have been my family since my birth, And I'm so grateful for the love, support, care you've shown for me, Joey, Mom, and the rest of the family in this period. I'm so grateful. My heart is filled with so much thanks for you. Public servants, distinguished guests, you all have been so caring. We so appreciate you. So, if you leave with only one thing from what I have said today, please pursue excellence. Pursue excellence and work as if no one else is watching you but God, because then your reward is in heaven. Hakuhitaji cheo kuongoza. He didn't need the title to lead. That's why he rejuvenated Military Christian Fellowship with Mheshimiwa Jeff Kingani over there. That's why he found himself leading Habitat for Humanity Kenya, even when there's not. He was always giving his good ideas. He had so many ideas for the country. That's why he was busy planting millions of trees with the forces under his fierce influence. He's planted so many trees for Kenyans. He had such a big heart for this nation. In closing, I'll tell you of his love for Kenya and his loves that you haven't heard of before. He had a big love for his family. He took me to school. Every day he was in the country for all of my elementary school. He loved his family. Fathers, show up for your family because your presence makes a difference. Even now at my big age, he would still show up for me at the airport. He would show up and take me shopping. He would show up and go bowling with my son and my brother. He would show up and just be very present and loving. He would tell Mom, his wife of 40 years, I love you and I'm so grateful that I get to come home to you after this hard day. You make it bearable. He loved us so dearly. So please love your families and give your all. If all of us can just take a bit of this and give our all to the country, our country will be fast-forward in no time. And I look forward to carrying on that legacy with my brother, who will give his love letter to the people of Siaya, Elego, Kisumu, and the people of this land. Joey, please come up. Thank you all.
Excellency President, Excellency First Lady, Excellency Deputy President, I have been caught unawares the last 3 days. I've been ambushed at the last minute to say something. But yesterday I talked about the military and family man. Today I want to talk about the son of Alego. You know, Your Excellency, even up to yesterday, people were still speculating, oh, President appointed him because of this, oh, President appointed. I want to clear the air with the conversations I had with my father about his time with the President. He didn't really divulge any national security issues, but generally I feel it's important to first of all clear the air. The President didn't have to appoint him first of all, and initially he saw his competencies and decided that this is the man for the job. But very quickly they started becoming friends and they formed a serious chemistry, which he would tell me, I have had a very good meeting with the boss. You're not telling me what it is. And it's not the president alone. The deputy president as well really enjoyed his company. They formed a serious working security relationship of securing the country. And his cabinet secretary. These people became like brothers. I've seen, someone on Twitter saying, it was these rules, the president was in a corner. And I actually feel bad for the three of them because I know it went beyond the working relationship and they were working to change this country very seriously. And it's a serious blow to the three of them. That one I'm saying, I talked to him personally. None of you know that information, but I know he had a very, very good working relationship with His Excellency. Na hata niliona Excellency jana umeshika macho kidogo, watu wakasema hii ni machozi ya crocodile, these are fake. In my heart, from what I know it was genuine. I know it was genuine. Now, when it comes to this area, the President mentioned, actually Deputy President mentioned yesterday, they came for a working tour and decided to come to our home for lunch, and we relaxed for the whole evening. He spent 4 or 5 hours with us, and there were many discussions. One of the discussions I had with both Excellency Deputy President and the President was a project which I pitched to both of them, and they really encouraged me. Now, this project, Your Excellency, I didn't tell you the main purpose of it and the end goal. The end goal was to change the lives of the people of Nyanza. I had an elaborate plan that in the next 2-3 years, all these primary schools you're seeing here to be fully rehabilitated. We had plans to build many more churches. We had plans for everyone to have clean water. You don't have to be a politician to make a difference to your country. You don't. Sometimes the politicians make so much noise, but the results, we can't see them. And kelele ni mingi, lakini kazi saa zingine ni kidogo. And that one I'm not afraid of saying. Your Excellency, this mandate was given to me by God himself more than 14 years ago. I took my dad and I made him take me to all the graves of all the great Luo leaders around. We went to Jaramogi's home, we went to Acheng Oneko's home, we went to Robert Ouko's home. I was privileged to meet the wife. And Your Excellency, God put something in my heart to change the lives of the people in this region. I'm making a public announcement today. And it is nothing political. I'm not interested in politics because I have a plan. Both Excellencies are aware of it. All I am asking for is their continued support. And nitawaita mfungue mashule na makanisa hii area mpaka museme hiyo imetosha. Hata sasa toka hii area ukuje saidi yetu. That one, Your Excellency, I commit to you before God, the public and the President. I will change this area. In fact, my first school that I wanted to start working on is Pap Nyadiel, just down the road. But my father, having been brought here, this will be my first place. And Your Excellency, so knowing your working relationship with him, let me just put this to rest. As a family and as a community, we thank you for putting your trust in General. You are not lucky to come by road. You came, I think, by helicopter. But on the road, people from all the counties on the way here, Kisumu, all the markets along the road, they're bidding farewell to the General. They didn't even know him, some of them, but they've lost a son of the land. And he was a great man. And the only way I can continue his legacy is by what I've said. Because if we're in, I think it's Equatorial Guinea, where when a general dies, I would just walk to the coffin, take his ranks and medals, and I start giving orders to the generals there. Sasa wewe kamata ile pale, kamata ile pale. But because we live in a democracy, unfortunately, I may not be able to wear his ranks. So, Your Excellency, once again, thank you very much. Na watu wache kusema hizo maneno zao ati, oh, he did this. These guys were friends in State House. Nyinyi hamjai kwenda huko. Mimi mzendo alikuwa ananiambia anapenda president sana. They were good friends. So, hiyo maneno from today, unless you're quoting me, muachane nayo. Na kwanza hiyo bloggers always posting those things. Let me just say, Your Excellency, when my mom called me and told me your dad has gone down in a helicopter crash, they're very useless bloggers. You're so quick to post pictures. I've been told by my mother my father has gone down. 10 minutes later, I'm seeing a helicopter burning. What does that mean? Of course, he's dead. And people are so insensitive. So you broke the news. Umepewa EGH for breaking the news that the general is dead. Let us be sensitive. Tafadhali, bloggers, what your media? Mwambie wa bloggers wache mchezo. I'd mentioned them by name. Lakini yo tabia hapana. And I really want to appreciate, I won't mention the person who finally told me Mzee has rested and really encouraged me in that moment and told me now is the time to be strong. Kwa hayo mengi na machache, mabibi na mabwana, asanteni sana. That was the Siaya tribute. Yesterday was a military one. On Friday during his memorial, we have very many stories about General, which would have everyone laughing for very many minutes. So hopefully you can join us then as well. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Joel. Your Excellency, the son of a general, speaks like a general. Let's give him one more round of applause as he takes his seat. And we now move from the family, and we want to have a church representative. And on behalf of the church, let me call Mr. Philip Opio, who is going to speak on behalf of the church. Mr. Philip Opio, kindly, if you may advance so that you may give the remarks on behalf of the church. After that, we'll move then to the military. Tumpigie makofi akija. Karibu sana.
The Excellency, the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the mourners present, I want to greet you in the name of the Lord. I'm a member of the church, St. Thomas Church. We used to be in the church with the general, and he impressed us so much. On 31st, he was there, 31st last month, we were with him. He took the Holy Communion. It was an ordinary church. All of us were there. And my purpose to come here is to give his contribution to the church. But his contribution is anchored on the following. The late was a contributor based on Matthew 6, verses 2 to 4. And I want to repeat. Matthew 6, verses 2 to 4. And I quote verse 3. But when you do charitable deed, do not let your left hand know what your right hand is doing. That was the general. He did a lot in our village, in our church, but he never wanted it to be mentioned. Now that I'm here, I will apologetically say the following that the general did. With apology, please. His contribution in the church started way back in 1980 when he was a youth. The general, Christmas and Easter envelope, in Anglican we have envelopes, always reach the church of St. Thomas. In 1990s, he intensified his contribution towards the church development. The climax came with the construction of the new church, which was consecrated this morning. The building of the church began on 16th September 2016. He contributed 90% toward the construction of that church. And 100% contribution towards the furniture in that church. We members of St. Thomas Nduru, we are deeply saddened but grateful for him. He later drilled water in the church compound and mounted 2 tanks of 10,000 liters each, which supply water to the church, Nduru Mixed Secondary School, Nduru Primary School, and the dispensary. On Sunday, 31st March 2024, he was in the church and not only contributed generously, but also sent 100,000 to St. Andrew's Church, ACK, which is our neighbor. during their fundraising. There's one thing that we also acknowledge, that he contributed. His prayer in the church attracted so many youth. The population of the church started going up. And I believe by end of this year, we were going to raise a lot of money in terms of Christmas contribution because of his presence in the church. In the learning institution, the late renovated all the classrooms and offices of Ndoro Primary School, where the family learned. He supplied over 100 desks on his own. He bought playing balls, uniforms for schools team, and supplied goalposts for netball, volleyball, and football. To the community, he provided financial support for the disadvantaged families and supported widows and orphans. All in all, he was a generous contributor in the society. May God bless his soul. May God bless the family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we'd like to have the Vice CDF, Lieutenant General Charles Kahariri, who will come and represent the military. We can put our hands together as we welcome him. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defence Forces, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto and Mama Rachel Ruto, Deputy President, Your Excellency, all protocols observed because of time. Sir, the military gave us the opportunity yesterday to give an honor ceremony to our fallen general. So today we will not say much. I'm standing here, sir, first with your permission, with the Air Force Commander, because we need to recognize that General was first and foremost an Air Force officer, an ace pilot, the best fighter pilot Kenya has ever produced. I would like to let General Omenda just say something in line with his career as a service commander. Just for a minute, sir.
General Ogolla was a fine airman. Above all, he was a leader, he was a commander, and he was a mentor to all of us in the Kenya Defence Forces. On behalf of all airmen, women, and the entire Kenya Defence Forces, I want to condole with the family and the entire nation. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. Amen.
Mama Eileen Ogolla, the family, we've had what Joy has said, and a sister. Madam, be assured that you are a KDF family. And we not only will do it because you are, but if we don't, His Excellency has already given those instructions that we must take care of you. He didn't have to because we are part of us, but we will definitely ensure that you are well taken care of. We wish to today, Your Excellency, just convey condolences of the KDF to the wider family. of the late General, now that we are in his home area. Please accept our heartfelt condolences, as well as the people of Siaya and the general region of Nyanza, because this was your gallant son that you will be dearly missed. So kindly accept our condolences. Your Excellency, as has been mentioned, the General had friends far and wide. Today, Your Excellency, we have with us the CDF of the United Republic of Tanzania, General Jacob John Msunda. Could you please? Your Excellency, the CDF of Malawi, General Paul Valentino Firi. The CDF of Burundi, General Prime Nyongambo. Your Excellency, the CDF of Namibia was on his way. However, due to some challenges in Joburg, the flight had to be cancelled, so he returned back to Namibia. However, he was able. He had been preceded by a delegation led by Brigadier Nangolo and 2 participants. We also, sir, have from Rwanda Major General Vincent Nyakanundi, the Army Chief of Staff. And from Uganda, sir, a delegation led by Lieutenant General Charles Okidi, the Air Force Commander. Sir, the messages still keep coming, and we should make sure to share with the family because of the General's networks. Allow me at this point to just say again, as a military, the loss that we have felt, and once again assure His Excellency that as the General would have wanted, we continue to soldier on and ensure the security of this country. So nothing has really changed as far as our duties are concerned. Fare thee, our General. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Excellency.
We now want to move to the part of tributes from the executive, and at this point, allow me to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, Honorable Aden Duale, to come and give his tributes and also handle the part of the executive. Welcome, sir.
Your Excellency and the Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Your Excellency the First Lady, Your Excellency the Deputy President, leaders present, mourners, Your Excellency, my brother and friend, and our General told us how his ceremony should be conducted and how he should be buried. And Mama Eileen and the children have confirmed that to us. And in a very short ceremony, let me take this opportunity to invite the governor of Siaya County, Governor James Orengo, to make remarks, and then we take the program from there.
Asante.
to Eileen Ogolla and the family, to the President of the Republic of Kenya, the First Lady, the Deputy President, the Azimio leadership led here by Kalonzo Musyoka and Martha Karua, the Speaker of the National Assembly. Before I say anything, and I think it is important that we say something on this solemn occasion. Allow me, because I saw Dr. Buru Oginga step in, allow me to invite Dr. Buru to come and say something. Dr. Buru.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and His Excellency, the Deputy President, and the First Lady, and the family of the late General Ogolla, and all protocols observed. I stand here on behalf of my family, the family of the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, on whom I represent as the chair. Now, the late Ogolla here is our maternal uncle, and our mother comes from this village. And therefore, we come here as relatives of Ogolla. I also come here to bring condolences of my brother, Jacob Raila Amolo Odinga, who has sent me to come because he is a bit indisposed. He could not come personally, but he has asked me to come and represent him and the family. So I also want to bring condolences of Uhuru Kenyatta, the former President of Kenya, His Excellency, who has also brought his condolences to the family. He is out of the country, but he has asked me to bring his condolences to the family. Now, I would only want to mention one word after saying words of condolences and sympathies to the family. I would just like to say that the death was an accident, but even though it is an accident, in this region we have had many such accidents, and we have also had assassination of leaders from this region. So when such things happen, we are a bit suspicious, not because of anything, but we want to know the truth. We want to know the truth. And I want to ask our uncle, the general's son, not to be impatient with us. It is not because of anything. It is just because once beaten, twice shy. So we are asking for no stones to be left unturned, and let us know the truth of who killed our uncle, General Ogolla. He died too soon, and we are a bit shaken by his death. And you people know, we lost Tom Boyer in very tragic circumstances. We lost Ouko in very tragic circumstances. And when we lost Ouko, I was part and parcel of the team of Parliament which was investigating the death of Ouko. And I can tell you it was very sad because the regime at that time managed to convince the family to be very protective and not to allow people to go into details. So young man, please just allow investigators to do their work. Now, with those very, very few remarks, I would once again want to wish that our uncle is rested in peace in heaven, and let the Almighty put him in the best place and was one of our best sons, one of the best sons from this area. We wish that the Almighty puts his soul in peace and let his family also rest here, and we shall be with you all the times. Thank you very much.
Erokamano. Ang'eyo ni kae wan gi jowa mang'eny mobiro. To e jomobiro ka nitie jomoyier mok ber ka alunga jomoko muka nyisogi ni gin kae. Otel nigi gi Speaker Okode gi members ma County Assembly ma Siaya kama untie mondo uchung' ane malo mondo neu. Ero gin kanyo. Mar ariyo, nokwayo ni mondo chungi members of parliament gi ng'eny kae, to list monega okelna kae pok ayudo. Koro atandi meli akeni in machiegni ka mondo bi. Just members of parliament. He's got the list.
Oyaore uru jokanyanam. Urwako welo. Jomorwako welo timna kamae. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, and the Commander of the Defense Forces, Your Excellency, the First Lady, the family of my friend, Mama Eileen, and your wonderful children, Joel and Lorna, the Deputy President, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Cabinet, Azimio leadership led by Her Excellency Martha Karua and His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, and all the protocol observed, members of the clergy led by His Grace, the Archbishop of the Anglican Church of Kenya. I really do not have much to say today, other than to mention my colleagues who have joined us. But before I do that, Your Excellency, allow me to say that many of us in the political circle did not know General Ogolla until the day he was made the commander of the Air Force. When the appointment was done, I remember me talking to my colleagues in Parliament and asking ourselves, from where does he come from? Is he from Migori? Is he from Siaya? Because we had heard that there was also a General Ogolla from those sides of Migori. Then I was told by my colleagues that actually he comes from your constituency. So I took the journey of finding out who General Ogolla was. So I used my contacts from here, and I was given his number, and I reached out to him. So when I reached out to him, within 2 days, he gave me an appointment, actually gave me a dinner date. And we had dinner for about 4 hours. Because I wanted to know, this is a very big man. We don't know him. Where has he been? So he told me that actually he has been around serving the country in various places, some inside and outside the country. So General Ogolla was largely a private person. He was very private, and they did not want people to know him. At that time, I started to work with him closely on some of the development projects in the constituency. And I began to interest him on some of the things we could do. But he told me that we will work together with you, but I don't want people to know that I'm the one who's doing all these projects. So there are so many projects which General Ogolla did around here, especially in the school that he went to, Nduru Primary School. He came one day and he began to renovate the old school. And when I visited the school, I found workers working and doing everything, but I was expecting the members of the Kenya Defense Forces to be the ones who are working on the school. No, they were not. The people working there were just people he had hired with his own resources. Many a times I was not comfortable with this simplistic approach to life because I could meet him around here driving in one car. And I would ask him, my brother, the position you hold is very big. As a Luo, you need to be very flamboyant. And Ogolla told me that, no, me, I'm a very simple man. I don't need people to know what I'm doing. I wanted to tell you something which we used to do with him. During army recruitments, people would call me and tell me, please talk to General Ogolla so that we can get some of our people hired. But I developed a system where I would give people his mobile number and they would send him messages. I would tell them, send the messages, but don't say I'm the one who has referred you. People who would send him messages would come back to me and tell me, by the way, Mheshimiwa, General Ogolla helped us. Our son was hired in the army. So that is how we related with General Ogolla. He was a fine man, and Your Excellency, let me say this. When this Boma story came up, I was taken aback, Your Excellency. Because I remember during 2022 campaigns, I reached out to him and told him, General, can you support my campaigns? So he didn't say anything. He invited me to Nairobi to have a meeting with him. I thought I was going to get some money for campaigns. He gave me 2 hours of lecture about the code of conduct of the military. That the military is apolitical. And it means that even his own resources, which he earned from the military, cannot be used for politics. So that's why when this debate that the general was trying to engage in what I would refer to as espionage, I could not believe it. And I want this to go on record that General Ogolla, who is seated here, would not be engaged in something like that. I want to give accolades to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, you earn the kudos for being the first commander-in-chief to make a Luo to be the chief of defense forces. That, I give it to you. Your Excellency, there are some positions in this country that Luos will never occupy. If a Luo was in such a position, that would be a miracle. Your Excellency, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, that position, a Luo has never held that position. A Luo has never held the position of Principal Secretary, Treasury. Even the Attorney General, we have never seen those positions. So I think, let us remember that General Ogolla is the first Luo to sit in that position. And that's why, Your Excellency, when members of my community are expressing their concern about the way the end has come, and let us agree, my friends, the end is smelly. The end is smelly. The end is smelly. It's not as clean as the beginning. We would only ask you, Your Excellency, the way you broke the record of appointing him as the Commander-in-Chief, let us get the report about what happened to General Ogolla. That is the only thing that we want. This thing will give us a closure as his community. And lastly, Jim, I wanted to say that, Your Excellency, you together with Raila Amolo Odinga, we were engaged in the process of uniting the country through what we call the NADCO process. My majority leader, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, is here, together with Aaron Cheriot, Senator Aaron Cheriot. They did a wonderful job in bringing us this document. Your Excellency, we want this document to be implemented in totality. because that is the only way for us to assure that the country will achieve unity. Let me add that the Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, the leader of Azimio, who was part of the team that was developed the NADCO report, we would be interested in seeing that that report is implemented to its totality. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Now I want to just introduce members of parliament who are here. If I mention your name, please just rise up. We have the majority leader in the National Assembly, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. We have the Honorable Silvanus Osoro. We have the Honorable Eva Obara. We have the Honorable Christine Ombaka, the Siaya County Women Rep. We have Felix Oduor Jalango, the MP for Langata. We have the Honorable Gideon Ochanda, MP for Bondo. We have the Honorable Mark Nyamita, MP for Uriri. We have the Honorable Jared Okelo, MP for Nyando. We have Elisha Odhiambo. We have James Nyikal. We have the Honorable Martha Wangari, MP for Gilgil. We have the Honorable Mboko Milemba. We have the Honorable Didmas Baraza. We have the Honorable Major Deko, Garissa North, Garissa Township. We have the Honorable Esther Pasaris, Nairobi Women Rep. We have the Honorable Siloya, MP for Sabatia. We have the Honorable Zaid Yanda. We have the Honorable Mutinda Mule. We have the Honorable Geoffrey Ruku. We have the Honorable Tienda Molo, MP Rarieda. We have the Honorable, finally, we have the Honorable Koyo. And we have my uncle, the former MP for Lagos Songa, the Honorable Edwin Inda, is also in our midst. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Tandi. Now is my pleasure and privilege to call upon Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Senior Counsel, to speak on behalf of the Azimio team.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Ruto, ambaye pia ndiye amri jeshi mkuu, and I believe more than anything else you are here in that capacity. Mama Eileen, fellow mourners, I will say one thing, and with your permission I'll ask our sister mother to come and deliver the other portion. It has been said that generals don't die, they just fade away. But here we have a case of a general who did not wait to fade away. He crushed, died in office, and that's why as a nation we are gathered here to give him a proper send-off. I associate myself fully with what our brother Senator Oburu has said. Mr. President, this is a straightforward thing. We have heard that a team has been constituted to look into the circumstances under which General Ogolla fell. What Kenyans want, Mr. President, is simply to make it public, because then that will allay all these fears. And the matter of General Ogolla goes beyond our sister Eileen and our beautiful kids. It's a national thing, for the truth must come out. So I just want to ask my sister to come, and as she comes, I want to say, rest well, a man of great faith. Anybody who can read the Bible twice in a year can only be a committed Christian. And this brother here had a secret with his maker. Alikuwa na siri naye Mwokozi Yesu. And that's why he has done things in a very unique manner and as are to be laid to rest and cutting huge costs. And we have full confidence in our defense forces. Please be as neutral as General Ogolla was. So, erokamano inya. Father.
Asante. God is good, and all the time. Mheshimiwa Dr. William Ruto na Mama Rachel Ruto, and all protocols observed, I'm here to deliver my condolences and the condolences of the Azimio fraternity who could not be here, to the family of General Ogolla, to Mama Eileen, the children, and the entire family. Everything else has been said. I would only like to add, when an accident occurs, it's a security issue. There are security concerns which deserve an answer for the nation. And since an inquiry has already been formed, we look forward to a speedy investigations. I salute our fallen general. Fare thee well. May God bless him and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And I don't watch my 10. Gedoluo tomorrow watch o Kisungu. Adwaro ni mondo josiaya duto mondo winj wach ma wacho ni wuoyi ma waiko kawuono ni ok en ng'ama inyalo pando. En wuoyi mathuon kendo en ruath. Emomiyo kata kineno liete mang'eny ma ji bedogo, to ok inyal neno ka ji owuok oko kaka ji owuok ni General Ogolla. An adwa mitambe mokethre, onge gima rach. Onge gima rach, onge gima rach. An ing'e ni abe an gi mach moro kama kosim to adhielo. Adwa wacho ni yani kawuono jomotelo ni nyasi ni gin jolweny, the military of Kenya. Adwa wacho nyim oganda ka ne utimonwa tim maber ka uko wuodwa kaka ukoni. Agonu erokamano. I wanted to say this briefly. How do we mourn our heroes? We have had many heroes. And I was so happy when Joel was speaking here and he made a wonderful speech that your father took you to Jaramogi's mausoleum. Your father took you to where Achengoneko is buried. And I am sure that your father wants you to be part of the history of his people. I want to say this without fear of contradiction. We have mourned many times, and that's why sometimes people mistake us. We have mourned many times, and we have mourned heroes. We mourned Arguing Skodek, we mourned Tom Mboya, we mourned Dr. Uko, we mourned Odhiambo Mbai, and today we are mourning General Ogolla. I therefore plead with anybody who is here, you must allow Kenyans to mourn their heroes the way they can. When I was coming here, I followed a different route. The one from Luanda to Wagai. And the whole route was full of people waiting for this gallant son of ours. Many were waiting. I just hope that this time around, we will, with the investigations which are undergoing, will come to the final conclusion and outcome of how this happened. And I was taught in investigations. Your Excellency, I was a lead lawyer in the Uko trial. In the Uko trial, there were many investigators, international, FBI, and Scotland Yard. And the first rule in investigations is that you don't rule anything out. If you want to carry a true investigation, don't leave anything out. So we want to be assured that nothing will be left out so that the truth comes out. The truth comes out. Your Excellency the President, just like Atandi has said, when you retire and think of appointing other positions, you see what he has pointed out, that you think of somebody from this community to be in that position. And this Constitution does not say that you must vote for so and so in order to be in government. We want a government based on our Constitution, so that when these positions are open, like you did in appointing the chief, you open it to the entire Republic. Finally, as General Ogolla rests here, I beg you, Your Excellency, that let General Ogolla not be buried in doubt, and the lingering doubt. And I was in Bomas of Kenya. I was there. I was not an agent, but I managed to go there. The lingering doubt is that there is this allegation that General Ogolla went to Bomas to try and change the elections. If you accuse Orengo of me, you can accuse me. I can plead guilty. I know, even when I went there, I was just overpowered. I was just overpowered. But if you accuse Orengo, I think that it would be a reasonable accusation. But General Ogolla, the way I know him, and I've gone to see him, even on political issues, and he will tell me, if it is that, wachana nayo. Ata Murkomen told me that when he went to see Murkomen, it was just about development. So Murkomen, iyo uwanja wa ndege, uambie mkubwa, hata mimi nishamwambia, iyo uwanja ya Gombe, mfanye haraka, tuone ya kwamba huyu generali alikuwa anatupenda zaidi na zaidi. Asanteni sana, na Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
Thank you, Governor of Siaya. Your Excellency, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and Kenya Defense Forces, and as a person who worked very closely with General Ogolla as a Vice Chief of Defense Forces and as the Chief of Defense Forces, personally, I have lost a brother. I have lost a colleague. I have lost a member of the Defense Council. I have lost a general who has put the security, the sovereignty, and territorial integrity of our country. His family will confess, Your Excellency, that even Christmas and New Year, General Ogolla could sacrifice and tell me, let's go and visit our troops in deep operations. Those outside the country, we were in Kismayu, we were in deep hostile areas. He was a man who was committed to his work. He was a man, because the office of the Minister and the Vice Chief of Defense Forces are the closest officers, Your Excellency. I work with all the Vice Chief of Defense Forces and the Chief of Defense Forces. He was a man of discipline and honor. I don't want to say more because you have interacted with him too. So, Your Excellency, the rank and the leadership of Kenya Defense Forces, we have a lot to learn from General Ogolla, our general. The way we will learn and have learned more with the previous Chief of Defense Forces. We want to assure you that we will leave the legacy and the dreams of General Ogolla for the safety of our nation, be it in the air, land, and the sea. But Your Excellency, as our Commander-in-Chief, if you allow me, the former Prime Minister yesterday said a statement. And I want to qualify that statement. Because General Ogolla was very close to me, particularly when he was the Vice Chief of Defense Forces. And when the whole issue of bombers, 15th of August, was hanging over his head. He even told me, and the family can agree with me, we had conducive discussion, that even he has lost weight, that this thing was disturbing him. And Your Excellency, General Ogolla was not, as the Vice Chief of Defense Forces, was not a member of the National Security Committee, which is chaired by the Head of Public Service. So how did the General Ogolla went to NSAC and to bombers? And as a Muslim, General Ogolla shared with me text messages of his superiors and members of the National Security Committee then. And he asked 3-4 times. First, in the morning when he was going to NSAC, he showed me the message that he was given, go represent me at NSAC, because of a prior other commitment of the person who was supposed to go. When he went to NSAC, General Ogolla, and a direction was given to him with the other colleagues, with a leader, him as a member, to go to bombers. General Ogolla, as a respectable soldier and general, he asked and sent a text message to his bosses and asked, what am I going to do in bombers? And this has happened. And General Ogolla was told, it's been decided, you go. And I'm narrating what General Ogolla today, he's lying here, this man, told me. When he went to bombers, the then chairman of IBC, he told me, kept them for 5 hours. And the 411 came while he was in bombers, saying the results will be announced at 3. And General Ogolla then again sent a text message and saying, now that the result will be announced at 3, as a general, as a soldier, what am I doing here? And he was told, stay with your colleague. That text message is there. When His Excellency yesterday said, I had a one-to-one with the General Ogolla, he gave me permission to have one-on-one discussion with the General Ogolla on a Monday from 7 to 9:30 p.m. in my house. His security, his drivers can confirm. And when he convinced me, because he was a man of God, when he convinced me is when he got an opportunity to relay and talk to the president with those 3 statements at the end of his discussion with the president. Today, I want to confirm that because of what happened to General Ogolla, the president as the chairman of the National Security Council, so that for it not to happen again, the president has directed last year that members of the National Security Committee, the IG, the DG NIS, the head of public service, PS Interior, PS Defense, CDF, PS Foreign Affairs, PS Treasury, and the Solicitor General can never again delegate the attendance of that membership to their juniors. Because tomorrow, another member of the National Security Committee will commit the same crime. So Honorable Raila Odinga was very right, very right. And I came today to qualify his statement that General Ogolla, a man he knows, would not have gone to bomb us. And the people who sent him to bomb us, some of them are here. Some of the people who sent him to bomb us, some of the people who sent him to bomb us are known. They are members. So sometimes, the way Joel said, let us not create a false narrative about General Ogolla. Your Excellency, allow me again to make another confession as your Minister for Defense. Many of my colleagues ask me, you used to be a vibrant politician, you have changed. I have changed because I went to a different environment. Your Excellency, when General Tonje introduced that gentleman's agreement, there was General Opande, who he recommended to be the next CDF. But he did not. He was not given that chance. Many, the law says that a CDF will serve for 4 years or at the attainment of 62 years, whichever comes first. Your Excellency, this region has produced decorated generals. General Owiti, General Opande, and many others. But because you wanted to change Kenya, you said we must kill ethnicity and regionalism in our country. Your Excellency, and I want to confirm to the nation, there were many people within even our ranks who said General Ogolla should not be appointed. But they had only one reason. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate, the reason of 15th of August. They forgot all the other credentials of General Ogolla. Your Excellency, you have confirmed to the nation you are not a petty leader. You are not a vengeful leader. You are not a person who will follow what happened, Your Excellency. As your Minister for Defense, you made a deliberate, with a finality based on the credentials. He was a smart general. He was one of our finest F-15 jet fighter. He has trained everybody here, including the current Air Force commander. He was a man of humility. He could walk to my office and to all the offices. I could walk to his office. Your Excellency, one day he came to me and asked me in the holy month of Ramadan, Minister, can I fast with you for 7 days? Your Excellency, you decided, you directed, and I went and passed the council, the Defense Council, your decision on the 27th of April 2023, the appointment of General Ogolla, among others. And on 28th, you saw him as your next CDF. He died, you saw him on 28th of April 2023. He died on the 18th of April 2024, 10 days before he made to 1 year. He had good plans, Your Excellency, for the 15th of May this year of our graduation. And he told you the reforms he will introduce, and you will see it because our team is here. Your Excellency, you'll go into the annals of history as a person who appointed not only General Ogolla, not only Raymond Omolo, not only many Kenyans to key security positions, including myself, without regard to ethnicity, to the region they come from, and to how their communities voted in last election. Your Excellency, you will be the one that will make sure that Kenya will be a country that everybody and every community will be proud of. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, let me take this opportunity
Your Excellency, managing coalitions, as you know, is never easy. I need to tell you that I spoke on behalf of Mwangi Wairia, the party leaders of Usawa, and Mheshimiwa Wajakoya of Roots Party. Thank you.
I forgot to mention the governor as well.
I will. Governors who are present here, I saw Governor Otoma. You are being recognized. We recognize you. We value you, all our senators and other leaders. Your Excellency, with those very many remarks, we, the KDF family and fraternity, have lost a great general. We have defended our country. We will not let you down as our Commander-in-Chief. It's my humble duty to invite the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula.
Your Excellency, our President and Commander-in-Chief of our forces, our First Lady, Deputy President, the family of our fallen brother and hero, fellow mourners, Oyareuru, I stand here to bring a message of condolences from my family and from the Parliament fraternity. We have lost a great man. General Ogolla was one of our finest for those of us who knew him. Brilliant, unassuming, and a wonderful communicator. I had an opportunity to work with General Ogolla and his colleagues during my time in foreign affairs over the peace issues in the Horn of Africa. He had clarity of mind as to what we needed to do to secure our region. Today, we see of a man who lived by the law, who lived by the Bible, and who lived for this country. Mine is just to wish Mama Irene and your children and the larger family, the protection of our Savior, Jesus Christ, and for you to believe in prayer, for the Bible says, Bwana aliye juu ndiye Bwana wa wajane na baba ya mayatima. Lastly, as a country, we learn a lesson from this great man and Your Excellency's act to appoint General Ogolla, that this country needs all of us, and all of us have a role to play, and that parochial politics and helpful fitina will not guide us to modernize this country. We will work together as one. And General Ogolla, wherever you are, my brother, rest in eternal peace. We owe you more than you owe us as a country, and we pray for your soul. Thank you.
Your Excellency, allow me to introduce cabinet ministers present. Can you please stand? And principal secretaries present. And Your Excellency, thank you. And then, Your Excellency, we also have the head of all our other security agencies. It's now my humble duty and pleasure to invite the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, to take over the program from here.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto, our First Lady, Madam Rachel Ruto, the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, Eileen, Ogolla, and your entire family, the leadership of the Defense Forces, friends, relatives, and all dignitaries present. Your Excellency, a lot has been said, so I will really be very brief, but with your permission, let me give the Deputy Prime Minister of Tanzania, who has been sent to represent Madam Suluhu, to convey a word of condolence. He's called Ndoto Mashaka Biteko. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa Dr. William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, na Mama Ruto, waheshimiwa viongozi wote tukiongozwa na Makamu wa Rais, ndugu zangu waombolezaji wote, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mheshimiwa Rais, nimesimama hapa kwa niaba ya Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, ambaye baada ya kupata taarifa ya kuondokewa na mkuu wa majeshi hapa nchini, yeye pamoja na Watanzania wote wanaungana na wewe kukupa pole nyingi kwa msiba mkubwa ulioupata. Wewe pamoja na familia ya marehemu na Wakenya wote na vyombo vya ulinzi na usalama vya Kenya, kwa kuwa wameondokewa na kiongozi mashuhuri, kiongozi ambaye bila shaka kwa maneno yaliyosemwa hapa ameandika kurasa nyingi sana zitakazosomwa na vizazi vinavyokuja. Mheshimiwa Rais, Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan anakutakia moyo wa subira wakati huu mgumu, wewe pamoja na familia, lakini muhimu sana kwa Wakenya wote na wale wote aliowaongoza. Mheshimiwa Rais, nimesimama hapa kueleza tu kwamba yote yaliyosemwa kuhusu marehemu ni masomo makubwa kwetu sote, lakini masomo makubwa kwa vijana wanaokuja. Tunamwombea mapumziko mema yeye, lakini kwa familia kuyaishi yale mema yote ambayo marehemu alikuwa akiamini na kuyaishi. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza.
Asante sana naibu waziri mkuu. Ningependa tu nitaje majina ya wale mawaziri kwa sababu walisimama, na ni vizuri watu wajue kwamba tuko hapa na Mheshimiwa Machogu, waziri wa elimu. Tafadhali punga